You're living through crazy days, sir.
House Speaker Mike.
You're living through crazy days, sir.
House Speaker Mike Johnson and other Republican leaders spoke to reporters on day 29 of the government shutdown. The speaker continued to blame Democrats for the lack.
Neighborhoods. No criminal target
to do and jeopardy when the mark stewards of our nuclear.
We're headed for a communist country.
Zohran Mamdani, Gene there in Arthur, Illinois. By the way, that
shouldn't go without food. Traumatized. Their parents are when they need him the most.
Very good.
assume this position.
You covered me.
Well, good morning, everyone. We are now beginning day 30 of the Democrat shutdown. And as there are millions of Americans this morning that are embracing themselves for further pain and hardship, we'll highlight some of that this morning. The Democrats, incredibly, are showing no signs at all that they want to end their shutdown. Now, they will have another opportunity today. The Democrats in the Senate will have their 15th opportunity to do the right thing. We're concerned that they won't. And if they reject this for the 15th time, they will be ensuring that this shutdown continues past the November 1st deadline. And that is a fateful deadline for a number of reasons. Starting on Saturday, let me give you a list of things that this means for the American people. It means that tens of millions of American families will struggle to keep food on the table because the SNAP program benefits will run dry. It means that WIC assistance, that's women, infants, and children, the nutrition programs, will be at risk of running dry. It means that Head Start centers, which serve 60,000 children nationwide, will be at risk of closure. Millions of federal workers, and we've listed them here every day. You're talking about air traffic controllers and TSA agents and park rangers and Border Patrol agents, law enforcement around the country. The stewards of our nuclear arsenal will miss their paychecks. Thousands of flights, by result, will be canceled or delayed, while our borders and national security will be directly jeopardized at a very dangerous moment in world history. And our country will lose tens of billions in gross domestic product. With each passing day, the pain gets more real, and the Democrats are guaranteeing when they vote to reject our clean funding resolution. We expect they will do that again today for the 15th time. They are showing no shame whatsoever in their actions. Now, just as we clearly know what is happening, which we've recounted here every morning, the American people can never forget. We also clearly know why it's happening. And I brought a few friends. We brought some colleagues here from the state of New York and New York City to share with you about some of what's going on here. Back in March, this is very clear what happened. Let me summarize very briefly as I can. Back in March, Chuck Schumer voted for the clean CR, the same measure that's on the floor now. He did the right thing, and he went on the floor of the Senate and he gave an impassioned speech of why we could never inflict all this pain on the American people. He meant it from his heart, and he was consistent in what he had done over his 44 years in Congress, always voting to fund the government. But when he did the right thing in March, He received an onslaught of criticism from the far left base and the Democrat Party. He almost lost his job. Many of you wrote about it. He was in jeopardy of not winning his next re-election. That's how serious it was. So Chuck Schumer got a bunch of consultants and staff in a back room, and they concocted a plan, a political stunt. And they determined right then that the next time there was a funding measure, no matter how meritorious and no matter how much it would cause pain to the American people, that he would vote against it. He would show a fight to President Trump so he could save his political skin. It's exactly what happened. He did this so he could prove to his base that he's showing a fight. And as a result of this charade, he has brought the Democrats to their lowest point in decades. Literally, the Democratic Party has its lowest approval rating. Democrats in Congress have their lowest approval rating ever in the history of polling. The labor unions, working class Americans, independents are fleeing his party. And they are coming to the party of common sense because they see us here trying to solve these problems. They see us here voting over and over and over to fund the government and give them their paychecks. And they see the Democrats dug in against it. And now Chuck Schumer is desperately trying to cling to power. Unfortunately, when you make decisions out of fear and political desperation, you have already lost control. And the new power center in the Democrat Party is one that should frighten every common-sense American. The radical socialist wing is rising. It is led by people like AOC and Bernie Sanders. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer know this. They're smart politicians in that way. They can feel the political winds, and they know that they have to continue to act belligerently in order to gain the favor of the far left. It's their own political survival that they had put in front of the needs of the entire country. Let me say that again. The Democrat leaders in the Senate and the House have put their own political survival in front of the needs of the American people. Exhibit A is Zoran Mamdani. New York City, America's largest city, the cradle of capitalism that has always been, is facing a real crisis right now. They've got a 34-year-old, unproven, untested socialist who looks to be the next mayor. He may well be elected. Mamdani winning New York City would be the biggest win for the Marxists, the socialists, in the history of this country. We have, to this point, in nearly 250 years, been able to hold off those kinds of ideas. We've been able to cling to the foundational principles of America, the ideas of individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility and free markets and human dignity. All those things are in jeopardy when the Marxists take over. And it's the clearest sign yet that the Democrats' radical Marxist wing is winning the battle for control of their party. Look at where the energy is. This should be alarming to everyone around the country. Mamdani has, of course, called to defund the police, to abolish all prisons, to legalize prostitution. He lambasted the New York PD, New York Police Department as a racist system. And you might have seen, if you in the media are covering this, but there was a new video uncovered from 2023, just 2 years ago, and he said, quote, "We have to be clear, when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF. Look, it's a unique talent to merge one's loathing for American law enforcement with their loathing for the Jewish people. But this guy's, he's managed to do it. New York is just the tip of the iceberg. It's not isolated to America's largest city. It's other cities as well. Look at Seattle, where the leading candidate for mayor is an open socialist. Look at Minneapolis, where the sitting socialist mayor is facing a challenge from his left flank. And look here in Congress, where we have our own wing of Marxist acolytes serving here. Amazingly, the media is criticizing Republicans for fixating on Mamdani. I read some of that yesterday. This socialist uprising is something that we have a responsibility to call out and sound the alarms. That's what elected representatives of the people are supposed to do, and we take that responsibility seriously. And obviously, Mamdani is a big issue here in the halls of Congress. Why? Because the second highest ranked Democrat in the country, Leader Jeffries, endorsed him. They're making Mamdani a mainstream Democrat now, and this party has left the people. Of course, the press wants us to ignore Mamdani. Here it's an embarrassment because most of the press is on the side of the Democrats. They don't want us to talk about that, but we have to. Because by endorsing Mamdani, Hakeem Jeffries has endorsed and co-owned his positions, his past statements, his Marxist playbook, and everything else that that guy espouses. And so, too, does every single House Democrat who will be inviting their leader, Jeffries, to their campaigns and to their districts next year. Every single one of them at every campaign stop should be asked, what do you think about Mamdani? What do you think about his positions? While House Democrats court Marxists in New York, Senate Democrats have chosen to shut down the government over a totally clean, nonpartisan CR. It's the first time in history, in the history of this country, that any party has done that, has chosen, had the audacity to shut the government down over a totally clean, nonpartisan funding measure. They're bowing to the demands of their far-left base, and no one can deny that. The facts are very clear. The American people are intelligent. They understand what's happening here. We pray that the Democrats, at least a handful of centrists, if there are any moderates left in the Democrat Party in the Senate, we pray that they will come to their senses and they will do the right thing by the American people, that they will stop all the pain and that they will reopen the government. As I mentioned on Saturday, things are going to become very dire. There is one way out of this, the easy way, the obvious way, and that is for the Democrats to do their job and vote for the CR. Now, I mentioned we brought some of our good friends and colleagues here from New York to talk about the mess that the Democrats have created in the Empire State. Now, why are we focusing on New York? Because, again, it's a bellwether for the rest of the nation. If you're watching at home, you need to understand the dynamics of what's happening in New York, because you have to ensure that it doesn't happen in your city, in your town, in your state. And these folks are watching this, and they're fighting it. Our Republicans in New York are trying to hold the line. They're trying to defend what is great about this extraordinary and exceptional nation that we have. But they have a lot of headwinds, and they're here to share how this reckless shutdown is impacting everyday New Yorkers. And I'm delighted to bring up to the podium, before we get our leadership reports here, one of my dear friends and colleagues and classmates back from the 115th Congress when we came in as freshmen together, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, who is from the 22nd District of New York. She does an extraordinary job here for her state and for the country. Claudia, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues. I actually hail from the 24th District, a little bit of we've had some redistricting in upstate New York a couple of times, but I just want to say good morning and thank you again to my colleagues for being here. This is really important, and I wish I could say that I am surprised by what we're witnessing, but this is exactly what happens when the Democratic Party surrenders to its most radical fringe. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries lack the political courage to stand up to the Marxist, anti-Semitic, anti-law enforcement base led by Mamdani now, AOC, and Bernie Sanders. Schumer and Jeffries are both weak leaders from New York, and specifically New York City, where they have never had to face serious political opposition and have enjoyed nothing but glowing praise from their friends in the media. They are ill-suited to lead the Democratic Party at the national level, which is on dramatic display with each passing day of this tragic shutdown. They have traded true leadership for appeasement, responsibility for disorder, and principle for political survival. This shutdown is their choice. They've surrendered to radicals funded by dark money groups pushing anti-police, anti-Israel, anti-American garbage. Now the country is paying the price. I served with Hakeem Jeffries in the New York State Legislature. He sat right next to me. I've seen this playbook before, as have my colleagues in New York who also served in the legislature. It is the same corrupt Albany routine. Reward insiders, punish taxpayers, and blame everybody else. Today, it is something far worse. A movement run by socialist Marxist activists. I don't like to call them socialists, they're really Marxist. And extremist networks, and they have hijacked the Democratic Party. And as the Speaker pointed out, just look at Zohran Mamdani, a member of the State Assembly, by the way. He actually defeated a fairly liberal member of the Assembly, who is, in a narrow election, but there he is in the State Assembly. He is the face of the new far-left coalition, And make no mistake about it, the new leader of the New York Democratic Party. His campaign is not grassroots. It's bankrolled by Soros money, radical clerics, and communists working together to push a Marxist agenda in America's largest city. Schumer and Jeffries will not stand up to this movement. We've seen this because, as the Speaker pointed out, they're terrified of it. They have built their political survival on appeasing the far left, and now our entire country is being held hostage by it. They cannot open the government without angering the radicals who radically run their party. The Democratic Party is now controlled, as I said, by the Marxist activists, dark money donors. This is not a grassroots effort. And anti-American ideology is dominating this. And they would rather destroy the system than to lose power. And unfortunately, Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer are just succumbing to this. New Yorkers are already paying the price, and we have been paying the price. From Albany's Medicaid for Illegal scheme to Mondami's socialist city agenda, working families are being crushed under taxes, mandates, and ideology. And if we don't stand up, the damage will not end at the Hudson. It will reach every corner of upstate New York and across this country. We are here to fight for the men and women who build, farm, serve, and raise families across New York and our nation. They are the backbone of this nation, and they deserve a government that works for them, not the political insiders who have created this mess. So my message to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries is simple. Stop playing games. Stop bowing to this mob and reopen our government. Pay our troops, fund essential services, and start putting American families, and especially in my case and my colleagues here, New York families first. And my message to New Yorkers is this: stand up, speak out, reject this radicalism that has taken over not just our city, but will take over our state. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the moment.
Well, thank you, Claudia, and my other colleagues from New York for coming. And it's so sad to see what's happened to that great state of New York. But if you go back to November, when President Trump won an overwhelming victory to come back as president, defeating Kamala Harris, winning every one of the 7 swing states. In those months after, what you saw was this internal conflict within the Democrat Party. Who is the head of the Democrat Party? You heard it over and over. Some people are trying to raise their hand. A very, very weak bench of failed leaders, primarily governors from failed states, wanting to jump ahead of everybody else and claim the title. And yet, as the Democrat Party stayed that rudderless ship for months and months, because of this perfect storm, that the 2 top Democrat leaders in the House and Senate both hail from the state of New York. With the emergence now of Zohran Mamdani, you have seen Zohran Mamdani quickly become the new head of the Democrat Party nationally, because Chuck Schumer, who is the head Democrat in the Senate, and Hakeem Jeffries, who's the head Democrat in the House, both hailing from New York, are scared to death of that far-left extremist, radical, socialist, Marxist movement in their own party, starting in New York. And because Mamdani has taken off there, it is affecting real people everywhere in America. Devastating consequences. We've talked about it over and over. You know, the last few weeks, we talked about the pain, the suffering that Democrats were causing to especially federal workers, our troops, air traffic controllers, every other federal worker who wasn't getting paid. Some, President Trump found ways to get paid. Others, there weren't ways to do the same thing, but the president worked overtime. Look at what the president did working overtime, at least doing his job, in China this morning. A historic trade deal with China announced, where they resolved some issues on tariffs. Our soybean farmers going to be able to sell more of their products into China. Critical minerals that we'll be able to get. All of those things President Trump continues to do while Democrats want to try to spew chaos around the country. But the harm to families, as we've been talking about, while real, is unfortunately going to get worse. And we've been telegraphing this for weeks, pleading with our Democrat colleagues in the Senate. Just five Democrats need to get the courage to end the shutdown. And only they can do it. They know that. And what are those consequences? We've been talking for weeks. Coming this weekend, Saturday, 42 million SNAP beneficiaries will lose those benefits. Those cards are going to go to zero. When they go to the grocery store to try to put food on the table, there will be no money in those accounts. And what is Chuck Schumer going to tell those families? It's no longer hypothetical. It's no longer theoretical. It's real suffering and pain, and they know that. We've given you the quotes over and over these last few weeks. They admit they are causing suffering. They're using the American people for leverage, and they just don't care. But I think they're going to start hearing more and more from people. There's some people we've been hearing from. The National Veteran Advocate, his retired U.S. Army Sergeant Eric Donahoe, said this, quote, "The decision to vote against advancing the CR is now causing financial harm to families who serve this country." He went on to say, quote, "When I spoke with Democratic staffers that I know they called this shutdown a political opportunity. They think the more Americans hurt, the more power they gain. They even bragged about it," Donahoe said. Quote, "This isn't a headline to us. It's rent, it's groceries, it's mental health, it's stability." And of course, you've heard just a few days ago, we had the National Air Traffic Controllers Association and the American Federation of Government Employees demanding that Democrats pass the clean CR. More and more, you're seeing this growing chorus of people from all corners, including Democrat corners, telling their own party leaders, stop this madness, end the madness, and vote to open the government. But again, this weekend, it gets even more painful, more suffering that they will impose if they keep this madness up. And so I'm going to try to find 5 Democrat senators. It's all we need is 5. So let's start with John Ossoff in Georgia. Starting this weekend, over 1.3 million enrollees in SNAP in his home state of Georgia lose their benefits. 1.3 million, Senator. What are you going to tell those families if you vote no today? If you vote to take their food away this weekend? That's what your vote means today. 109,000 workers in his state of Georgia. Of course, the largest airport in America is in his home state of Georgia, and they're already experiencing flight delays in Atlanta. 231,000 women, infant, and children will lose their benefits in Senator Ossoff's home state of Georgia if he votes no today. Think about them when you're casting that vote. Senator Warner in Virginia, 825,000 SNAP enrollees in his home state of Virginia. 189,000 federal workers. Don't come up here and give some speech lamenting about the hardships those people are facing when you're the one voting to impose those hardships. You can stop that today by voting yes. 107,000 women, infant, and children will lose their benefits in Virginia if Senator Warner votes no. Tina Smith in Minnesota, 452,000 enrollees in the SNAP program, 33,000 federal workers, and 101,000 women, infant, and children. Minnesota will lose their benefits if Tina Smith votes no today. Gary Peters in Michigan, over 1.4 million enrollees in SNAP. No food stamp benefits this weekend to 1.4 million Michiganders. 56,000 federal workers. 189,000 women, infant, and children will go without food this weekend in Michigan if Senator Peters votes no. Senator Sheehan in New Hampshire, 76,000 enrollees in SNAP, 9,000 federal workers, and 12,000 women, infant, and children will go hungry in New Hampshire if Senator Sheehan votes no. I could go on with more and more of these. All we need is 5. That's 5 right there. If they get the courage, they don't have to impose that pain on families. But the only way this suffering is prevented is if they come to their senses and vote yes. We all know the math. We all know what's needed. But it's not just math. It's millions and millions of families across this country that will truly suffer and go without food if they vote no today. It's a straightforward vote. We've all voted yes and passed it through the House over a month ago. End the madness and pass this bill. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
We are officially 30 days into the Democrats' needless government shutdown. 30 days that millions of federal workers have gone without a paycheck. 30 days that critical telehealth services and in-home hospital care programs have been put on pause for the vulnerable Americans who need it most. 30 days that our national security has been put at risk due to staffing shortages. Not to mention the SNAP benefits that you've heard our leader go through in detail that will be cut off for more than 40 million low-income Americans if the Democrats fail to reopen the government before Saturday. It's been 30 days of pure obstruction from Democrat lawmakers who care more about appeasing the radical Mamdani and Omar Fata wing of their party than reopening the government for the people they were elected to serve. Americans are hurting. Families are turning to food banks. Major airports are issuing ground stops. But the Democrats don't care. In fact, they've orchestrated this chaos by refusing to support our nonpartisan government funding bill 14 times now. And for what? So that they can kowtow to the people like Kami. And I will just say to my great friend and colleague, Claudia Tenney, socialists are now the moderates in my grandfather's Democrat Party. These are communists and Marxists. They are kowtowing to the people like Kami Mamdani ahead of the election. People are struggling in the meantime to put food on the table, and the Democrats are too busy playing politics to do anything about it. It's disgusting, and it needs to end. I say it every day when we do this. Remember, all we need is 5 Senate Democrats to come to their senses, break ranks with Chuck Schumer, support our clean CR, and reopen the government. It's past time for Democrats in Congress to get serious and do their jobs for the people they were elected to serve, not for the communist mayoral candidate in New York City, our conference chair.
Thank you. Kami Mamdani, that might stick. That might stick. Well, good. Works. Yeah, the truth hurts, right?
Works.
Works. All right. Well, this Saturday, SNAP benefits run out for 42 million Americans. 42 million Americans, the SNAP benefits will run out. Let me say it one more time and let it sink in. 42 million families, including thousands in my home state of Michigan, could lose the ability to put food on the table for their families. Why? Because Democrats choose to use their pain and their hunger as leverage. Leverage for more wasteful spending, leverage to satisfy their radical base. And what are Republicans doing? Republicans did their job and are going to continue to do our job. We voted for a clean, responsible bill to keep the government open and fully fund SNAP. So let me be very clear. Republicans voted to continue funding for SNAP and continue to have families have the ability to feed their families. Democrats voted to take food off the table and voted to discontinue SNAP benefits. It is that simple. Democrats voted to shut it down, and they voted to deny food assistance to 42 million Americans. And they voted that way more than a dozen times. Just so y'all didn't get confused, they wanted to make sure that they rubbed it in your face more than a dozen times that they wanted to stop the SNAP benefits. Not just once, not just twice, they wanted to make doggone sure you knew they voted more than a dozen times to kill the SNAP benefits, to take food off your table. Just so you're clear. And let's remember, they did it, and let's make sure that we don't forget, and let's make sure we remind them who voted to keep food on the table and who voted to take food off the table. Because at some point in time, they're going to reverse what they're talking about and do what they normally do, and that's try and blame us. But let's hold them accountable for once to the votes that they've taken. I can assure you I will. I met one of these recipients last weekend while I was volunteering at a food bank in St. Clair County. His name was Jim. Jim's wife is a teacher, and he's a retired auto worker. They rely on SNAP to help cover the cost of groceries. Jim waited in line for more than 3 hours because he knows he won't be getting his benefits. That's what he told me. But you know what he told me? I thought this was very insightful. He told me, thank you. He told me, thank you for all you're doing to keep the government open. He also told me to please talk to our senators and ask them, since they voted and they campaigned on being moderates and reaching across the aisle, to fulfill their campaign promises and stop using families like Jim as leverage and care about the people that they were elected to represent. I also spoke with a woman who recently lost her husband. She's now raising her grandkids and told me she's never needed help before, but now she's struggling to afford groceries. These are real people struggling, real people that Republicans are actually fighting for, and real people that I am fighting for. Jim is not leverage. Jim is a person with a family to feed. Open up the government and stop using Jim and his family as leverage to kowtow to your radical political base. Do what you know is right and what you have said is right, and open up the government. A farmer back home once told me, when you're not hungry, you have a lot of problems. When you're hungry, you have one. Right now, families on SNAP have a problem. And that problem should never, ever be used as political leverage. So Republicans, we're going to keep on working, and we're going to keep on fighting. And you know what? We will keep showing up. And while we keep demanding that Democrats stop using suffering Americans as pawns in their political games, I implore my two senators, do what you said you were going to do. Do what you said that you are. You've reached across the aisle. You're moderates. You care about people. Well, show that in your actions and vote for a clean CR for families like Jim who you represent. Please, they are counting on you, and every no vote means that you are keeping food from their table. So please, it is time to pass the clean CR and actually put the people who you represent, Americans, first. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. I just want to thank again our colleagues from New York, LaLota and Lawler, Garbarino, Langworthy, and Tenney. It's a difficult job to hold the line in that state, but they do it very, very well, and we're grateful they're there, and that there are so many common sense New Yorkers who still believe in freedom and in the greatness of America, and they keep sending us patriots like this to do the job. So we'll take a few questions. Is there a second?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. During the last shutdown in 2019, it was the first Trump administration, and they made sure that in the second month of the shutdown, SNAP benefits would go out. They had them sent early. Why do you think they shouldn't do that this time?
Well, the president This administration has done exactly what he did in the first term, and that is bend over backwards to make sure that we mitigate the harm. We explained here yesterday that any administration in a shutdown scenario has figuratively a control panel of pain dials. In the Obama administration, 2013, when they shut it down, they turned all the dials to 10. They wanted it to hurt, and so remember famously they put the yellow crime tape around the World War II memorial and prevented aging veterans from going and visiting these landmarks. They made it hurt. President Trump has done exactly the opposite. I mean, he's done everything he can. He's ordered all of his cabinet secretaries to mitigate the harm. So, for example, as you know, with WIC funding, they found a way to fund that with tariff revenue. We found a way to pay the troops once already in October, hopefully at the end of this month by moving money around. But it's very difficult to do. Those are not inexhaustible funds. When it comes to SNAP, some of the Democrats have argued that you can use this contingency fund, but the truth is there's no legal mechanism to do it. Unlike with WIC funding that was attached to a 1930s-era statute that was related to tariff funds because it was related to nutrition and food coming over the border, there's no such legal avenue to give SNAP funding now. It doesn't exist. The problem is the contingency and the authority to do that was voted down in the CR when the Democrats themselves did it. So the president has lamented this. He has informed USDA and everybody. Do as best you can, but the money doesn't exist to do it. The simplest way to end the pain and the simplest way to make this stop is for the Democrats to do the obvious and right thing and vote for the nonpartisan funding measure so that we can turn everything back on. Then we will get back here, and then we will debate all these other extraneous issues. But right now, the first job of the government is to keep it in operation and take care of the people who depend upon all these services we've articulated today. It's nonsense, and it has to end, and you should be asking them the tough questions, why they're willing to inflict this pain on the people for their partisan political purposes. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, some more moderate Senators Murkowski, Peters, and Shaheen have said that discussions on how to end the shutdown have picked up this week. Are you writing on those? How do you feel about them? And specifically, how do you feel about the idea of ACA subsidies working as a commitment?
ACA subsidy working. Look, I'm not surprised that the conversations are turning up in earnest. I mean, when you're talking about the handful of centrists and moderates that are there, they feel the pressure of this. You have all the major unions now coming out, as we've noted, demanding that they do the right thing and get the paychecks flowing again. You have flights being delayed and canceled. It harms people on their nutrition and their food and everything else. And so this is not a surprise to us. We welcome them doing the right thing, but again, we don't have anything to negotiate because we didn't put any partisan Republican priorities on the CR at all. I don't have anything I can pull off of it to make it more palatable for them. So our urge and our plea to them is just do the darn right thing and open the government. And then we'll figure all the rest of these things out. We were always scheduled. We were always planning to have the debate about the COVID-era subsidies and all these other issues in October, November, December. The COVID-era subsidies don't expire until the end of December. There are all sorts of discussions going on about that, all kinds of ideas. I could give you dozens of them that have been collected just in the House Republican Conference. There needs to be massive reform. There need to be income caps. There needs to be the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program, which we think is rife in it, and many other things. So there's informal working groups going on as we speak. There's discussions being had amongst all the members, but we've got to get the lights turned back on here and get the services provided to the people so that we can come here and do the rest of the legislative job. Yes, ma'am.
Would you be willing to fund part of the government for the full year, as some of the senators are discussing, without a CR to open them?
These rifle shot bills that you keep hearing about deviates from the goal. We have one singular purpose, and that is to reopen and fund the entire government. The Democrats do not get to shut down the government and then make the decision on who's more important than the other and which little thing they want to fund to relieve their own political pain. We have one purpose, and that is turn this thing back on. And all those other efforts are deviations, and it's political games. They're trying to cover their own tails now because they know they have inflicted this pain. I'm going to remind you again 14 times. I bring my chart in every day. I'll bring it back tomorrow because I want everybody to remember. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government, and the Democrats have voted 14 times to close it. They are imposing the pain, and now they're feeling a little pain themselves because people are starting to let them hear about it. They better do the right thing. That's all we can say. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, you mentioned today that the Senate's going to vote for the 15th time. Senate Democrats are supposedly. The Senate's actually not voting today on the CR to fund the government. Do you agree with Leader Thune's decision to let Democrats sit with this over the weekend? They're not voting today on the CR, so SNAP benefits are going to lapse. They're not taking that vote today.
Well, Leader Thune was pretty upset yesterday. We've all seen the video. You know, Mad John on the floor, and it's appropriate. When we come in here and do these briefings, I can empathize with them because we're happy warriors. I like to come in and have a good time in press conferences and tell you good news and all of that. But this feels very much like in my state, Louisiana is a hurricane state. It's like giving a briefing during a hurricane, a Cat 5 hurricane, right before it hits shores. We put the sandbags around our homes and we board up the windows and we do everything we can to prepare, but we know the real pain is about to hit and we feel helpless in doing anything about it. And that's the same emotion and that we feel here at the podium and when we're on the floor. And Leader Thune let them have it yesterday because they were trying to play games, and we're just fed up with it. He's a very even-tempered, calm guy. I mean, I try to maintain the same demeanor, but it's infuriating to us. I'm not going to second-guess his decisions on when they schedule the votes each time, but he's probably about had it with their nonsense. And when they tell him and they thumb their nose at him and give him, and say other things that they like to drop the F-bomb now for fun, for emphasis apparently. When they tell him those things, he probably recognizes it's a futile effort. He realizes they're dug in, they don't care. They're more afraid of the Marxist, socialist, far left in the party than they are the harm that they're going to cause in the American people. That's a fact, and you need to make them try to refute that because they can't. I'm grateful again for our New York colleagues for holding their ground and standing guard as they do and for being here. Thank you all so much.
And House Republicans there speaking to the press on the 30th day of the federal government shutdown. We continue our live coverage now. Take you to Illinois, where Governor J.B. Pritzker is talking about Trump administration actions in his state. We join this in progress.
Some of these federal agents and the people in charge of them, well, they are the people that our families should be afraid of. On Saturday in Chicago's Old Irving Park neighborhood, the sun was shining and the community was preparing for their annual kids' Halloween parade. The families in Old Irving Park take Halloween very seriously. Houses are decked out with decorations. Candy buckets are full, and kids come from all over the city to trick or treat there. But this year, the parade was interrupted and then canceled. Not because of rain, but because of tear gas. Federal agents swarmed into the neighborhood not with a criminal target in their sights, but just because Old Irving Park was the next neighborhood on their list to terrorize. Witnesses say the agents swept in, donning automatic weapons, pushed elderly people to the ground, and blasted the area with tear gas. They ended up detaining 3 people. None of them had done anything wrong. 2 of them were U.S. citizens. It had been a beautiful fall morning with children and families getting ready to march in the long-anticipated Halloween parade. So imagine it. Children who woke up that morning expectant with joy and excitement to put on their costumes and celebrate with their neighbors in what they thought was a safe place at their homes. Armed, masked agents terrorizing innocent people, especially children, is unconscionable. Under the color of law, invading peaceful neighborhoods, no criminal targets. This wasn't happening before the Trump administration. Now, U.S. federal law enforcement attacking good and decent people unprovoked with no explanation. So don't believe it when they tell you that they're busting the worst of the worst gangs or gang members. They're attacking peaceful neighborhoods and terrorizing kids in Halloween parades. Children across the city are being traumatized. Their parents are being taken from them. Families are being ripped apart, sometimes in the most heartbreaking of circumstances. Take, for example, Ruben Torres Maldonado. He is a hardworking painter and a renovator, and the father of 2 young children, including a 4-year-old son and a daughter, Ophelia, who is battling stage 4 cancer. Federal agents illegally took Ruben into custody while he was at work. He has been ordered to be released, but now he can no longer provide for his family when they need him the most. Again, remember, they keep telling us they're targeting the worst of the worst. Instead, this is a father taken away from his daughter who is fighting cancer. The cruelty of families being torn apart. More and more, that's the effect of the tactics of ICE and CBP. We've seen a lot of egregious behavior, and I want you to hear directly from one family that has been devastated by what they're doing.
This video quickly spread across social media. A teenage girl on the side of the road shielding her younger siblings as ICE agents arrest their parents and older brother after a traffic stop in September.
Your brother, is he a citizen?
We don't answer questions. That's all I could say. No other words came out of my mouth. I was not prepared for that.
19-year-old Judith Enciso and her 22-year-old brother Moises Jr. speaking publicly for the first time about that viral moment that they say turned their lives upside down.
My heart was just, it kept pounding. My legs, my hands kept shaking.
She says she was only able to hold it together for her 12-year-old sister and her little brother, who was turning 10 that day.
I didn't want them to see me crying because that was going to affect them more.
Yeah.
So I just had to make sure they were calm. It's okay. We're going to be okay.
Moises Jr. says that morning he went with his parents to pick up supplies at Home Depot before the family's birthday celebration when they were pulled over for allegedly making an illegal U-turn. He recalls 3 ICE vehicles blocking them in and agents surrounding their car, demanding to see their IDs.
And they just kept asking me these questions, and my dad kept looking back at me and to make sure I answer, what should I do, and I was kind of like also panicking.
Judith and Moises Jr. both are awaiting approval for deferred action for childhood arrival status, or DACA. Their siblings are U.S. citizens. According to DHS, their parents, Constantina Ramirez and Moises Enciso Sr., are undocumented Mexican immigrants. They have lived in Cicero, a suburb outside of Chicago, for nearly 20 years, the family attorney told CNN. They are now being held in separate detention centers.
And I remember that first night, the first thing I wanted to do was sleep in my mom and dad's bed because it felt like if I was sleeping there, I had like a part of them.
That night marked the beginning of a new reality, one where they were suddenly left to care for their younger siblings.
They haven't been doing good. They're always saying that they miss them whenever we're like about to eat. They're like, oh, they have flashbacks about my mom and dad. Oh, I remember mom and dad fixed, and they just like go quiet. It's sad.
What would it mean for your family if they were to get deported?
They try not to think about it.
Oh, it's hard.
We don't know. We don't know if my siblings can stay here with us. Like, we don't know if they have to go to Mexico. There's just a lot of like insecurity or uncertainty that we just.
According to DHS, if the parents have a valid claim, it will be heard by the judge. If not, they will be subject to removal. Their children say they'll keep fighting until their family is together again.
They're not criminals. They're hardworking people who, I don't know, I consider my parents were best ones. I know they're going to be there for me and support me.
Hardworking and law-abiding but undocumented parents snatched away from their children. The children left at the side of the road. Is this what Kristi Noem and Donald Trump mean when they say the worst of the worst? Thank God the younger children, a 12-year-old girl and 10-year-old boy, had their big brother and sister there to protect them. In this situation, I want to ask everyone, who is the worst of the worst? And this is just one family. Every day there are countless stories of fathers and mothers being pulled away from their children, not being told where or when they'll see each other again. When they say they're taking away the worst of the worst, they've demonstrated over and over that that's simply not true. The Department of Homeland Security claims their highest priority is to protect children. So today I have to ask them, please live up to those ideals. I've sent a letter to Kristi Noem and to the Department of Homeland Security leadership asking them to pause all of their federal agent operations for the entirety of the Halloween weekend. I'm asking for basic human decency. I think their response will be revealing. They've disrupted everything for more than 2 months already. Give the children and the families of Illinois a break. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, show us this is about something other than you just causing mayhem on our streets and visiting cruelty upon our people. And after Halloween, if you want to actually go after the worst of the worst, work with our local law enforcement to help us go after violent criminals. Instead, you are targeting innocent children and families, black and brown people, U.S. citizens, hardworking parents. In essence, you are targeting all of us. It's un-American, and we cannot stand for this. I will not stand for this. I want to now speak directly to Greg Bovino. Mr. Bovino, your operation has sown fear and division and chaos among law-abiding residents in our communities. If you are unwilling to cease operations and leave our city, can we at least agree that our children should not be victims, especially on Halloween? Can we agree that there is no imminent threat that should disrupt their holiday? No child in America should have to go trick-or-treating in fear that they might be confronted with armed federal agents and have to inhale tear gas. I honestly can't even believe that I have to make this plea. This is not the America that I know. I ask you to restore some sanity for the sake of our children. And I would like to invite to the podium Representative
and trade. Senators can vote today to end harmful and dangerous global tariffs. It's been 6 months since the Senate tied 49-49 on this same proposal. Since then, our nation's trade policy has looked pretty much like a dog chasing a squirrel. More tariffs threatened, added, taken away, thousands of packages being destroyed because the customs service wasn't prepared. Secretive deals to lift tariffs for certain companies and products that have influence with the White House. People across the country are being harmed by tariffs. In my state, tariffs take a chunk out of the bottom line of everybody from blueberry farmers to brewers to small manufacturers to our crucial semiconductor industry. Thousands of good-paying jobs in my state are under pressure because of tariffs. In many ways, red states and rural areas are being hit the hardest. In Columbus, Indiana, thousands of jobs depend on manufacturing, mostly diesel engines for export markets. They also use parts from overseas to make the engines. The mayor of Columbus and business leaders warn that tariffs are causing economic damage that will take years, Mr. President, to recover from. Farmers are getting a double whammy from the Trump trade taxes. They have to pay more for fertilizer and tractors and a variety of inputs, while their markets overseas evaporate. In Kansas, farmers harvested a bunker crop This year, 20% more of sorghum than normal. Farmers called it a blessing, but they're not better off. Trump's trade war drove buyers to Brazil and Australia. Prices are less than half of what they were in 2022. Let me close by way of saying, and I thank my colleague Senator Kaine, he and I have been on this floor for days talking about the need to get rid of the Trump taxes. And we're going to wrap up by saying potato farmers in Oregon, Idaho, and across the West say the same thing. Buyers in Canada and Mexico and China have slashed orders for French fries, hash browns, and a variety of other products like frozen potatoes. The Senate is not a spectator to the workings of the federal government. When it comes to international trade and tariffs in particular, the United States Congress has clear authority, not authority that is up for grabs, not authority that hasn't been addressed. It's clear authority. This is Congress's job. It's not a partisan issue. It's a jobs issue, a kitchen table issue. I urge all members to support this resolution. Roll back the idea of arbitrary global tariffs. I thank Senator Crane. We've been partners in this effort for months now. This is the big issue, Mr. President. This is going to affect people, not just in our country, but all over the world, and we will be better positioned to get more family wage jobs in America if we get rid of these global tariffs. And I yield to my friend.
Mr. President.
Senator Virginia.
I rise to speak, and I thank my colleague, the lead Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, Ron Wyden, for his passionate advocacy, and I join him in this effort to get colleagues in the Senate to vote for the resolution that will be pending before us to eliminate Donald Trump's global tariff regime announced in April. This is a regime that, together with the other tariffs that he has announced, is leading to serious harm in Virginia, as I've laid out the last few days: higher prices, fewer jobs, and slower growth. The IEPA statute, as I've laid out, allows a president to declare an emergency when there is an extraordinary and unusual event posing a serious threat to American national security, foreign policy, or the economy. What was that extraordinary and unusual event that Donald Trump used as the justification for this unilateral tax increase affecting consumers and businesses? The threat that he declared was the existence of trade deficits with many nations around the world. Let me dig into the nonsensical nature of the president's declaration and the use of trade deficits in the way he has calculated them. First, the president and his team imposed tariffs based upon trade deficits in goods. We don't live in the 19th century anymore. We have an economy that is not just about goods, it's about goods and services. And if you look at the actual trade figures, including both goods and services, the U.S. looks better positioned in virtually every country when you add in services. Why doesn't the president be honest with the American public about the extent of these trade deficits if they are, in fact, such an emergency? The president has used these tariffs to impose tariffs on nations where we have trade surpluses, like Brazil. And he's measuring trade deficits the wrong way, not services. Second, the president has calculated these trade deficits on goods without calculating the effect of the population of the countries involved. So let me give you an example. The president says if we have a trade deficit with Vietnam, they're ripping us off because they're not buying as much American stuff as we're buying Vietnamese stuff. That's what the trade deficit in goods basically is. We're buying more of their stuff than they're buying of our stuff. But hold on a second. Vietnam is a third the size of the United States. Vietnam is a country with per capita income much lower than American per capita income. They don't have the purchasing power that the United States does. So why is it a problem that they aren't purchasing as much American goods as we are purchasing Vietnamese goods? They're a smaller country. The same with Canada, the same with Japan, the same with so many nations around the world. They're dramatically smaller than us, and so naturally they don't have the purchasing power that the American consumer has. Finally, and I'll conclude with a word about the House after this, the way that the president has imposed the tariffs is leading to nothing but chaos. Announced tariffs on everyone, then announced that they may be suspended or delayed while I work out one-on-one deals with different nations, and I may give an exception to this country or that industry sector or that company. If you come and plead and make nice with me, I'll give you an exception. This has led to a chaotic circumstance. When the president announced the tariff rate with Korea, Toyota's stock, get this, okay, there's going to be a tariff on Korean imports. Toyota's stock went up. Why did it go up? Because the rate that he announced was less than the tariff that's being applied to automobiles coming in from Mexico and Canada, which has a lot of the content of American automobiles. It's a strange thing when you're cutting deals with other nations that disadvantage American production. That's what this chaotic tariff regime has done. And that's why my businesses around Virginia are telling me we want to make investments, we want to grow, but we can't grow until we know what the rules are. And every new announcement of a tariff or a delay or a suspension or an exception or a new deal for some other country that makes our products competitively disadvantaged slows down investment in Virginia. The last thing I'll say is this. I hope this passes as the two previous resolutions did. And if it does, it will be up to the House to take this up. The House has done something that should really shock people in the public and in this body. This matter is privileged in the House as it is in the Senate. If it passes, House statutes and rules suggest that it should be taken up for a vote on the floor of the House. The rule in the House was that it would need to be within the committee for 15 days and then be reported and then pending for 3 days on the floor. Action would be taken on these matters within 18 days in the House. Guess what? The House is so afraid to vote on tariffs. They are so afraid of the effects these tariffs are having on their constituents, but equally afraid of crossing Donald Trump, that they passed a rule that said for purposes of this and this only, the day-to-day extends through the remainder of Congress. So the 15 days plus 3 days, it ripens in 18 days. Action must be taken in 18 days. They have defined today as a day that lasts to the end of Congress, so the matter will never ripen and be privileged in the House. If they're that afraid of a vote on tariffs that they would result to that kind of legislative chicanery, that should tell us something. They need to do a discharge petition in the House, put this matter on the floor, and put every House member on record, as senators will go on record, as to whether they're for higher prices or lower prices. And with that, I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled roll call votes. Myself for 5 minutes and Senator Sullivan for 10 minutes.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call in relation to the Dunlap nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to SJ Res 88, which would terminate the trade deficit national emergency. I agree with my colleagues that tariffs should be more targeted to avoid harm to Americans. I made precisely that point at a Finance Committee hearing in May. We should consider more exemptions, whether for unavailable natural resources, capital equipment, or other key inputs. It's equally important that enforcement guidance provides the clarity that U.S. companies need to comply with the tariffs and make critical business decisions. Similarly, as the administration continues to negotiate with our trading partners, I appreciate that my colleagues, as well as our constituents, may be nervous about what comes next. However, at this juncture, this resolution is counterproductive to helping American families and businesses of all sizes. It's no secret that for decades, countries around the globe have raised tariff and non-tariff barriers against Americans and against American businesses, and have raised the cost for Americans and American businesses without response by the United States. President Trump is now responding and saying these countries need to take down their tariff and their non-tariff barriers and deal with us in fair and free trade. The president's negotiations are bearing fruit. President Trump already announced new trade deals. Just today, because of his negotiations, President Trump announced that China has agreed not to implement its rare earth export controls. China also agreed to address the flow of fentanyl and to purchase soybeans. Other deals are hopefully forthcoming. Consequently, SJ Res 88 is counterproductive to the progress already made by the president and the new gains he can still achieve in the ongoing trade negotiations. On April 30, the Senate rejected this same resolution for these reasons. And I urge my colleagues to reject the resolution for these same reasons again today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, we're getting ready to vote on my CRA, Senate Joint Resolution 80. And by the way, I appreciated the strong bipartisan vote yesterday to get on this bill. This is a really important resolution for our country, for my state, for the Native people, and the workers of America. So I'm asking my Democrat colleagues to really think hard about this. I see the Schumer, Heinrich vote no on the Sullivan CRA down there, but I want to make a plea to my Democrat colleagues. You should vote yes on this Senate resolution. You had one courageous one yesterday, Senator Fetterman, and here's why. A vote yes on this resolution is a vote to unleash American energy. As I talked about yesterday, the best way to undermine Vladimir Putin and his corrupt regime in Russia is to produce more American energy in the place with the highest standards in the world. That happens to be my state. That happens to be the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, which is all about what this CRA is about. Second, this is really important, Mr. President. My colleagues over there love to say, hey, we're the party of the working families, of working Americans. No, you're not. A vote yes on this resolution is a pro-union, pro-worker vote. The laborers, operating engineers, they all want a yes on this. They all produce oil up here. This is a chance. My colleagues for too long on the other side of the aisle kowtow to the far left environmental groups at the expense of working Americans. That's why you're no longer the party of working Americans. This is a chance. Well, maybe you won't kowtow to the far left. A yes vote on this Senate resolution will also vindicate the rule of law. What am I talking about, Mr. President? This is the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska. The Congress of the United States, us, in a law, said that we are going to develop this part of my state for oil and gas production. And Joe Biden came in with a regulation saying, nope, we're going to shut that down, violating the rule of law. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle really want to promote the rule of law, they should vote yes. And finally, Mr. President, as I mentioned yesterday, this is a vote for the interests of the Native people of my state. As I said yesterday, here was a letter I submitted for the record. The tribe in this area, the borough, which is all run by Alaska Natives, elected officials, the Alaska Native Corporation, all the leaders in this part of my state, which is what this resolution is all about, all of them, all the indigenous people, the leaders of this part of my state want this resolution. They didn't want the Biden lockup. They came down to Washington, D.C. 8 different times to just request a meeting with the Secretary of Interior, saying, don't lock up our lands. This will hurt our future. This will hurt our life expectancy. This will hurt our jobs. And the Secretary of Interior never even met with them. Neither did the president, 8 times. So this is a strong vote for the interests of the indigenous people of my state. I'll conclude with this, Mr. President. My Democratic friends often bristle when accused of selling out the interests of working Americans, the men and women who build stuff, the unions that build stuff, the building trades, the men and women who drill for oil and gas and mines and rare earths and critical minerals. Well, here's an opportunity for them to say, no, we're going to stand with the people who build this great nation. My friends on the other side of the aisle often talk about, hey, we're going to support indigenous people, people of color. Well, here's an opportunity to do it. But what I fear, Mr. President, what happens way too much in this body, these interests, working Americans, building trades, the unions, the Native people in my state, they always get sold out to what? The far left, coastal elites, the radical eco-colonialists. That's why Heinrich and Schumer are down there saying, vote no on the Sullivan resolution. But I know, some of my colleagues know that a yes vote is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for our energy dominance. It's the right thing to do for our foreign policy. It's the right thing to do for working Americans who have fled the Democratic Party over issues like this. And it's the right thing to do for the indigenous people of my state. I hope I get a couple more Democrat senators who cross the aisle, don't listen to your leader, don't listen to Senator Heinrich, for God's sake, on this issue. Vote yes on this important resolution for America and for working families and the Native people of Alaska. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of S.J. Res. 80, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 221, S.J. Res. 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve and Alaska Integrated Activity Plan, record of decision.
Under the previous order, all time has expired. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
S.J. Res. 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Fisher, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, and Sullivan. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Booker, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, King, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Van Hollen, and Warren. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Marino.
Morning from Punchbowl News. Today is October 30th. That means it's been a month since the fiscal year 2025 ended and federal agencies closed. This will become the longest government shutdown in American history by the end of next week, barring some miracle. The Senate is heading home this afternoon without doing anything to reopen the government. There's been absolutely no movement for weeks now. Every potential off-ramp has been closed, with both Republicans and Democrats digging in even deeper. Has that definitely changed? No. But there's been some optimistic talks in the Capitol over the last few days, with rank-and-file senators saying they've restarted bipartisan negotiations over fiscal year 2026 spending bills. Let's be abundantly clear here. A bipartisan appropriations package doesn't solve what's at the heart of this shutdown impasse, a fundamental disagreement over the COVID-era enhanced Obamacare premium subsidies. Democrats have said they won't vote to reopen the government without a concrete deal on these tax credits. And the vast majority of Republicans, including Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune, have little to no interest in extending them. Thune raised eyebrows Wednesday after saying he would be meeting pretty soon with Democrats who've been involved in informal bipartisan talks over health care and the shutdown. But Thune later said he doesn't have anything to report about a potential meeting and said his position remains the same. Open up the government, then we'll talk. Kathy in Pennsylvania, Republican, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I just have maybe a solution to the shutdown. I think what we need to do is start fining these senators. Fine them $2,000 a day. Let them feel some pain. Maybe the shutdown will end. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
All right. Matt in New York, an independent. Matt, what do you say?
Hello. Yes. First off, they keep saying that it's a Democrat shutdown, but it's not. It's the Republicans are not changing what they want, so the Democrats aren't agreeing to it. So it's not just a Democrat shutdown. They say that. But please don't cut me off. The more important point is, why don't they stop paying both sides of the people that are voting there, that are shutting it down, the Democrats and Republicans? Other people aren't getting paid in the federal government. Why not give these people not give their paychecks? I bet you they come up back and open up the government very fast if they're not getting their paychecks. Seems very weird that everyone else, the federal people, their paychecks, but they're still getting their paychecks. That seems a little bit weird. And the other thing is the most recent picture of Donald Trump on the plane. He's got like a fake ear.
All right, Michael, Florida, Democratic caller.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
Morning.
The reason I'm calling about this shutdown is, first of all, I want to thank the Democrats for finally standing up and doing something, because there's too many people on their knees for this president. They won't stand up and be men and stand up against this guy. They won't speak out against this guy because they're scared of him. They need to start being men and women and stand up to this gentleman.
So, Michael, your message to the party is do not cave.
That's right. Do not cave. Stand your ground. Do not cave.
Okay. Michael there, Democratic caller in Florida. What's happening today in Washington? We will hear from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, once again. He'll hold a news conference at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, along with other Republican leaders on day 30 of the government shutdown. President Trump will arrive at the White House around 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and he will join the First Lady for a Halloween celebration at the White House. Look for our coverage of all of that on cspan.org or download our free video mobile app, C-SPAN Now. The president also on his way back from his first trip to
We're going to
Asia
leave Washington Journal, but you can find it online in its entirety as we take you back to Capitol Hill for remarks by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries alongside faith leaders, live here on C-SPAN.
And important remarks this morning, and for bringing clarity about this very important moment that we are in. It's to heed it, work.
Different distinguished members of the clergy of different faith traditions, denominations, and backgrounds, but all here today to make clear that fighting for the health care of everyday Americans, for the poor, the sick, and the afflicted, for the least, the lost, and the left behind is not a partisan issue, it's a moral issue. And standing on the side of the health care of everyday Americans is the right place to be. Fighting to make sure that no one in this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, should go hungry in America. That's not a partisan issue, it's the right place to be. In every faith tradition, as we will hear. So we're so thankful for their moral leadership, thankful for the moral clarity that they've brought to this issue, thankful for the inspirational wisdom and vision that was imparted to us as members of Congress, standing on the side of the American people. And it helps to continue to fuel our efforts to stay the course. This is not a fight for Democrats or Republicans, it's a fight for the American people. And we're going to stand on the side of the health care of the American people, of the safety of the American people, of the well-being of the American people. And lastly, I'm just appreciative that these distinguished members of the clergy, these great faith leaders, have also brought with them individual Americans who are being impacted by some of the extreme policies that have emerged from the administration and from this Congress this year, who we'll also hear from. And Bishop Barber and these distinguished members of the clergy have reinforced the principle that in America, poverty or hardship is not a choice that people are making. It's as a result of policy violence being visited upon everyday Americans. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history, that's policy violence. Shutting down hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers, that's policy violence. Ripping food away from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, families, women, and veterans, and using them as a political pawn, that's policy violence. and the refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, the unwillingness to find a dime to meet the health care needs of the American people when some folks can find $40 billion to bail out a right-wing dictator in Argentina. That's policy violence. And so I'm just thankful for these great men and women of the clergy, thankful for these patriotic Americans who've come to share their stories with us, and we've heard from folks from West Virginia and North Carolina and other parts of this great country, as you will as well. And now it's just my great honor and privilege to yield to the distinguished bishop who has brought us together. We know he's a voice for the voiceless. He's a mighty man of God. He's a powerful, profound, prophetic, principled pastor, Reverend Bishop Barber.
We come here today to put legs on our prayers. We heard the leader in the fight for health care and the fight against this big, deadly, ugly, destructive bill declare some words that we've used in the movement, that something is wrong when you pray, P-R-A-Y, at the opening of Congress, and then you pass policy violence that prays, P-R-E-Y-S, on the very people that faith tell us ought to be the central concern of government and policies and not the last. We've come here today thinking about and lifting up the 140 million poor and low-wage people in this country, 43% of our nation adults, 51% of our children, 87 million people who are uninsured or underinsured, who already are before these massive cuts that will only make things worse. Today, I want to do three things in the time that we've been allotted. I want to share a little bit about why we came, but first I want to have Reverend Dr. Hannah Broome read just off the numbers from the South only. The South, where we've been holding Moral Mondays in front of senators' offices who voted for this big, deadly, destructive bill, and House members who refuse to meet with the people, clergy and impacted people who are carrying caskets, because thousands and thousands of people will die, not as a result of God calling them home, but result of policy violence. And I wanted just to read these numbers so that the media hears the extent of what is going on, broken down, not just a big national number, 16 million, but what's actually happening in states and why clergy and others are standing with impacted people. Then I want to ask the leaders who've come here to just give their name and their denomination. They will talk to you after the press conference. We know we can't stand forever at the press conference, but we want you to know and see the diversity. That when we talk about faith and moral leaders, we're not just talking about black church leaders, we're not just talking about traditional denomination, we're talking about Jewish and Christian and Muslim and people of faith and women and men and diverse groups, predominantly black histories, diverse histories, who are coming together because all of our religious traditions remind us that if we don't stand up for the poor, the least of these, the sick and the uninsured, then everything we claim about faith remains suspect, deeply suspect. So I want them to introduce themselves and say what group they represent so you know who came today to bring with them the impacted people. And then lastly, we have some impacted voices who are the most important voices today. We can't get them all in, so we're actually releasing
Bishop Brian Thompson, presiding bishop, Mid-Atlantic Episcopal District, president of the Board of Bishops, AME Zion Church.
Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Cantwell, No. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye.
Here in Indiana, we saw an illegal alien from Serbia and Montenegro was operating his semi-truck without a valid commercial license. He swerved into oncoming traffic and killed Jeffrey Eberly. In August, Indian illegal alien killed 3 people in a reckless driving highway incident in Florida. And I think most of you remember the news coverage from that, but the devastating impacts of that loss. That CDL had been issued in California by Governor Gavin Newsom. Just last week, another Indian illegal alien killed 3 Americans on a highway in California. He was intoxicated behind the wheel of his truck. Every single time one of these individuals gets behind the truck, on the wheel of a truck, they are in front of a deadly weapon that can kill other Americans as well. Behind me, you will see 4 different placards of individuals that we're talking about today specifically. These individuals are some of the worst that we've been able to arrest under Operation Midway Blitz. The first one I'll talk about is from Mexico, and this individual was convicted of felony cruelty towards a child. He was also previously found to have possessing a fraudulent driver's license as well, and guilty of that and convicted. The next one is a criminal illegal alien from Mexico who was convicted of vehicle theft and apprehended for possession of a controlled substance. The third individual that you'll see in front of you today is a criminal illegal alien from Nicaragua. This individual was charged with a DUI, then assault with a deadly weapon, possessing narcotics that are for sale, and transporting drugs. He also was convicted for disorderly conduct and prostitution. Another illegal alien from Colombia in front of us, which is the 4th individual I'll talk about today, has an active criminal arrest warrant for theft out of Texas. During these targeted operations that we've conducted in Indiana, we've also arrested several other illegal aliens with wide-ranging criminal histories. 6 of those individuals were convicted of assault, drugs, selling drugs, prostitution, and operating while intoxicated. 5 of those individuals were arrested for drugs, theft, and burglary, and 5 others were arrested for battery, child abuse, domestic battery, and driving while intoxicated, and fraud. You can see from the work that these partnerships build on, that we worked with other states such as Indiana and Governor Braun and his team, that many dangerous criminal illegal aliens are taken off of our streets, that our laws are upheld, and that Americans are protected because of the operations and the work that's being done. Since the beginning of Midway Blitz, ICE and CBP and our state partners have arrested more than 3,000 illegal aliens, including rapists, murderers, and gang members that have been brought to justice. And listen, we don't want any of these individuals out on our roads, and we don't want them in our communities, and we especially don't want them behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler when they can't speak our language, they don't understand our laws, they can't follow our roadway signs, and they can't interact with law enforcement or our citizens. It's dangerous, and it's not going to happen under the Trump administration like it did under the Biden administration. Thousands and thousands of Americans are protected because of the work that's being done with states such as this. United States Citizenship and Immigration Services is also working to fix some of the safety issues that we've been seeing across our country. They just ended a policy that allowed illegal aliens work permits that automatically renewed those work permits without any additional vetting.
Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45. The joint resolution is passed. Under the previous order, the Committee on Finance is discharged from, and the Senate will proceed to the consideration of Resolution number 88, Senate Res 88, which the clerk will report.
SJ Res 88, terminating the national emergency declared to impose global tariffs.
Under the previous order, all time has expired, and the joint resolution is considered read a third time. The question occurs on the passage of the joint resolution. Sufficient second? To be. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Alderbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. What are you? Got it. Got it. Thank you. I do have you as no. Mr. Bennett.
So tell me how to proceed. You tell me, like, I don't know. It's like literally I'm in the wilderness. So tell me how we.
Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester. Gotcha. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Thank you. Thank you. Klobuchar? Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Cantwell. You're a yes, he's a no. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Thank you. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Yes. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Thank you. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Blunt Rochester, Collins, Durbin, Fetterman, Hirono, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murkowski, Murray, Paul, Reed, Schiff, Warner, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Moody, Moran, Marino, Ricketts, Rounds, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, and Young. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye.
Hello, everybody. Mr. President. I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China. And what can I say? We have, it was an outstanding group of decisions, I think, that was made. A lot of decisions were made, too. There wasn't too much left out there. We've come to conclusion on many very important points, and we'll be handing that to you in a little while. We're having, because there was a lot of different things, many of them very important. We're in agreement on so many elements, large amounts, tremendous amounts of the soybeans and other farm products are going to be purchased immediately, starting immediately. If you notice, President Xi authorized yesterday for China to start, did you know that, right? China to start buying in very large quantities of soybeans and other things, which I appreciated. That was a very nice gesture. And many other things like that. We, on fentanyl, we agreed that he was going to work very hard to stop the flow. You know, it's a very complex subject because it's used for lots of different reasons, including anesthetics and things. But he's going to work very hard on it, precursors, and I think you're going to see some real action taken. I've agreed, as you know, I put a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl coming in, which is it's a big tariff. And based on his statements today, I reduced it by 10%, so it's 10% instead of 20%, effective immediately. I believe he's going to work very hard to stop the death that's coming in. But again, it's complex because of what fentanyl is, what the precursors do. So I think you're going to see a big difference. We've had discussions on many of the elements that you're talking about all the time. You're asking me questions, and most of those things were I think agreed to for the most part. I think we agreed to almost everything in a very acceptable form. I wouldn't say everything was discussed because there were things that probably, in retrospect, we could have discussed and we didn't, for some reason, didn't come up. But if you have any questions, let me know. Go ahead.
What about chips, sir? Did he agree? Did you agree to sell any more down?
Chips. We did discuss chips, and they're going to be talking to NVIDIA and others about taking chips. Look, we make great chips. NVIDIA is the leader. And I'll be speaking to Jensen from NVIDIA, but they're going to be discussing that with NVIDIA to see whether or not they can do. I said that's really between you and NVIDIA, but we're sort of the arbitrator or the referee. It's a little rough up here. The skies are a little rough.
And just to clarify, sir, that is the downgraded Blackwell chips. You would authorize those to be exported?
No, not the Blackwell. We're not talking about the Blackwell. That just came out yesterday. But a lot of chips, a lot of the chips, and that's good for us.
How soon do you think you'd be able to sign an actual?
Please, come on. You know what you do? Yeah, come on.
Let me
Stand
just,
right over here.
Yeah, hey everybody, thanks. Let me just make a point on the chips. As the president was saying, there's so many chips we already sent to China, a lot of advanced chips, etc. And as he said, NVIDIA will talk to China and see what's possible. The Blackwell chips, of course, weren't discussed. We focused on export controls of China on rare earths, and they're going to keep those flowing, which is quite important.
What are the major stumbling blocks that are left now to work through, and how soon do you think you could sign a trade deal with China?
Well, I think pretty soon. We have not too many major stumbling blocks. We have a deal. Now, every year we'll renegotiate the deal, but I think the deal will go on for a long time, long beyond the year. We'll negotiate at the end of a year, but all of the rare earth has been settled, and that's for the world. I mean, worldwide. This, I guess you could really say this was a worldwide situation, not just a U.S. situation. So we continue to produce the rare earths and buy the rare earths and everything else, when you see from other countries. But China is, that whole situation, that roadblock is gone now. There's no roadblock at all on rare earth. That will hopefully disappear from our vocabulary for a little while.
So is that a one-year pause on the policy they announced?
It's a one-year agreement, and we'll extend it after a year.
And what will
like we do. It's a one-year deal that will, I think, be very routinely extended as time goes by.
To be totally clear, they're not going to impose the rare earth controls that they proposed. President Trump and President Xi came to an understanding on that point.
What will your new tariff rate on China's goods be once you sign the deal?
Other than what the tariffs remain exactly the same.
55%.
It's about it was 57. Now it's 47.
And how long?
Because we reduced it by the fentanyl. because I believe they are really taking strong action. We've already seen the action on fentanyl, and they're taking very strong action. So we reduced to 10%.
So that November date is gone when it was going to go up again.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. So
That's all.
on fentanyl, they've agreed there are a variety of precursors. You may recall that actual fentanyl was scheduled by China in the president's first term successfully. There's certain precursors where they take whatever actions they need to control that. If they can control rare earths, we know they can control the precursors. And President Xi, I think, was very strong in saying he was going to enforce those laws internally. And of course, we'll watch that. And we'll
He's
work
going to
with
be
them.
very strong in enforcing the fentanyl, everything having to do with fentanyl and regulations internally, including taking very strong measures against those that don't obey.
And a variety of other tariffs still remain. The Section 301 tariffs from the original, a variety of Section 232 tariffs. Some of these tariffs are, as the president mentioned, around 40%. For some individual products, it may go up to 100%, but as a general matter, it's about 45, 47%.
So, sir, it sounds like you might be going to China then after the successful meeting.
That's another thing we agreed. I'll be going to China in April, and he'll be coming here sometime after that, whether it's in Florida, Palm Beach, or Washington, D.C.
Did you read anything on the shipping fees, the 301 shipping investigation?
Well, that's been.
So we're going to postpone that while we negotiate with them about that issue. We're trying to rebuild shipbuilding. The Cranes just agreed to invest $150 billion in shipbuilding, so we think we have a good path forward.
But that's no longer an issue.
Did the war in Ukraine or Taiwan come up?
We discussed that, and we discussed basically these are rough winds in Asia. I must tell you, this is a rough flight. We could have waited an hour, maybe. These are a little tough. These are tough conditions for interviews. You know, they're going to be watching Trump. They're going to say he didn't look too good. He's got the shakes. I don't have the shakes, but people are going to think I do.
You're pretty solid.
So Ukraine, it came up.
Yeah, it did come up. Ukraine came up very strongly. We talked about it for a long time, and we're both going to work together to see if we can get something done. We agree the sides are, locked in and fighting, and sometimes you have to let them fight, I guess. Crazy. But he's going to help us, and we're going to work together on Ukraine. There's not a lot more we can do. The oil, he's been buying oil from Russia for a long time. It takes care of a big part of China. And, I can say India's been very good on that front. But we didn't really discuss the oil. We discussed working together to see if we could get that war finished. It doesn't affect China. It doesn't affect us. And I'd like to see it done on the basis. I don't like to see 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 young people, mostly young people, for the most part soldiers, be killed. It's not costing us anything. In fact, we make money, and I don't even want to talk about making money. I don't care about making money in that case. But, we send weapons to NATO. They buy full price. They buy the weapons. They give them to whoever, but I think they give them probably to Ukraine for the most part. And we discussed it. We discussed all that. We're going to work together to try and get the war with Russia and Ukraine solved.
What about the Taiwan issue, sir?
It never came up. Taiwan never came up. It was not discussed, actually.
What else didn't come up that you thought might come up? You had mentioned you didn't get to everything.
We had a long meeting, as you know, but a lot of things we discussed in great detail. A lot of things we brought to finalization. A lot of finalization. I thought it was a great meeting. I think it was a very friendly meeting. It was a good meeting for two very large, powerful countries. And that's the way we should get along with the large, powerful.
Why did you write your Truth Social about nuclear testing? What about resuming nuclear testing? What prompted you to do that right before the meeting?
It had to do with others. They seem to all be nuclear testing.
Russia?
We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. We've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Any details around the testing, sir? Like where, when?
It'll be announced. We have test sites. It'll be announced.
Did Israel give you a heads up before they bombed Gaza? And is it still a ceasefire if they're stopping?
It is. No, they had a sniper, and one of their soldiers were killed, and they did retribution. So we'll see. But it is a ceasefire. it's back to ceasefire.
But is that
What is the thinking behind reducing troops in Romania, the drawdown of U.S. troops in Romania?
You'd have to ask. I mean, I could tell you about it, but it's not very significant. It's not a big deal.
On nuclear weapons, sir, which countries do you have in mind when you say you want to send a signal?
What a rough ride this is. The interviews are tough enough without your life being threatened. You guys okay?
Yes, sir.
That camera guy's very steady. We're going to look real bad today on television, I'll tell you. I think that, it's pretty much, I think we've discussed mostly what we said, pretty comprehensive. We're going to issue a statement on some of the details. But overall, I guess on the scale of from 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say the meeting was a 12. Okay, I think it was a 12. I think, very importantly, just the whole relationship is very, very important, and I think it was really good.
And especially coming on the heels of the successful trip. We're in Malaysia. You signed a peace deal for Cambodia and Thailand. Critical mineral deals with all our allies.
So many successful meetings, and so many meetings great for our country. With literally hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars have come into our country over the last 4 days, represented by this meeting. But trillions of dollars, where Toyota is going to build plants, $10 billion worth of plants, and I could go over so many different companies coming in. They're pouring money into the United States. So beyond even this meeting, this was an unbelievable trip, and I hope you're glad you were a part of it. It was big. Every country, Japan, I mean, you look at South Korea, Japan, and so many other countries that we met there, they're investing tremendous amounts of money in the United States, like money that we've never seen before.
Sir, are we investments from China in the U.S., additional investments, anything like that?
They have investments, and they will invest, and China, I think they feel very strongly. They congratulated me on the tremendous success that we've had, because there's never been a country that has had so much money come into it for purposes of investment, for building, for auto plants, for AI, etc. So he was very strong on congratulating me for that.
But you didn't commit to any additional investment or outflow?
We didn't really discuss it, but he would.
Did you ever get through to Kim Jong-un about setting up a meeting? Does he have a phone?
We never were able to talk because I was so busy. And really, this is why we came. I think it would have been maybe disrespectful to the importance of this meeting if we did that. So I'd come back with respect to Kim Jong-un. I'd come back.
What do you want to talk about with him?
I had a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. I think if I didn't get elected, you would have had, if Hillary Clinton came in at the time, who he doesn't like too many people other than me, if you want to know the truth. I think you would have had a big war. Could have been a very bad war, too.
Sir, with the nuclear announcement, just one more on the nuclear announcement, do you worry that we're entering a more risky environment when it comes to nuclear issues?
No, I don't think so. I think we have it pretty well locked up. But we have more than anybody. But I see them testing. I say, well, if they're going to test, I guess we have to test. I'd like to see a denuclearization because we have so many, and Russia has some. Russia's second, and China's third, and China will catch up within 4 or 5 years. I think de-escalation would be, they would call it denuclearization, would be a tremendous thing. And it's something, we are actually talking to Russia about that, and China would be added to that if we do something. Thank you all. It was a great success. It was a great honor. I mean, he's a tremendous leader of a very powerful country, and I give great respect to him, and we appreciate the fact that he came for this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anything on Canada? Anything on Canada?
We had a very nice conversation with him last night. We really did.
Thank you. Thank you.
No. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Hello. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. McConnell. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The joint resolution is passed. Thanks.
Mr. President, I have a brief question for this body before I proceed to my motion. What is it that keeps our nation secure? It is millions of members of our armed forces, active duty, reserves, National Guard, civilians supporting them, the Department of Defense, the Coast Guard, the intelligence agencies. They're keeping us safe now, like all federal employees, not knowing when they'll get another paycheck. Our military is less than 1% of our nation. That's how many people sign on the dotted line, up to and including their lives, to keep us safe. They put their lives on the line to secure liberty and security. And I'm grateful to the thousands serving today at Dover Air Force Base, the Delaware National Guard, and throughout our armed forces. They and their families deserve the same devotion to them that they are providing to us. I come from a military family. My father, brother, sister-in-law, uncles all served in the Army, and my father long said he first really understood what it means to be an American when he was responsible for others and others' lives when deployed. Taking care of them is our sacred obligation. So while we keep fighting for better health care, more affordable health care for all Americans, my bill will pay our armed forces now. It will pay active duty, reserve, National Guard, Coast Guard, civilians at the Pentagon, and intelligence agencies, and give those who keep us safe, often at great sacrifice, a small piece of security in return. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 3079, introduced earlier today, that the bill be considered, read 3 times, and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Serving the right to object.
From Kentucky is recognized.
You know, government shutdowns have real consequences. I've said that countless times during my time here. Incredibly, it seems to have taken Democrats a month to remember that the proverbial stove is, in fact, already hot, and yet they're not ready to turn it off. Just turn it down a notch. Just low enough that they can take the political heat. My friend from Delaware is right. Our military deserves a lot better than a government shutdown that jeopardizes their paychecks and the services military families count on. During Democrats' shutdown, the President has had to scrape together unobligated balances within the defense budget in order to uphold the nation's promise to service members through another pay period. I certainly hope he won't have to divert resources from urgent modernization again to make payroll in another 2 weeks. But that ball, of course, is in the Democrats' court. I hope they'll realize soon that the surest way to help service members and civilian DOD employees is to simply turn government funding back on and pass full-year appropriations. I know my counterpart on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, of all people, understands this. He knows what would really help our armed forces because he and I work closely together on a full-year bill for defense that would pay service members and invest more in the capabilities they need to keep Americans safe. I'm grateful for Senator Coons' collaboration on the bipartisan bill that earned overwhelming support in committee and would add $22 billion above the President's defense request. This, by the way, is the bill that almost every Democrat voted against considering 2 weeks ago. I know the ranking member cares about the promises we make to the all-volunteer force and the challenges we expect them to face. I know he's concerned about the erosion of Congress' authority to set and fund national security priorities. So am I. And if we cannot appropriate, we will render ourselves completely irrelevant. The way to provide real certainty and deliver serious full-year appropriations just open the government back up and pass our bill. It's really that simple. Therefore, I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I want to convey my thanks, my gratitude to the chair of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, my colleague and friend from Kentucky. But we and our staff have had a genuinely constructive and positive process in appropriations this year. Frankly, overall, the Senate Appropriations Committee has worked well. We have passed out of committee a significant number of major bills by big bipartisan margins, 26-3 in the case of our bill and the Labor, Health, and Human Services bill. But there's a stark contrast between the real progress we're making on appropriations and the lack of progress on addressing the core issue of can Americans afford their health care. Of course I want to move ahead and appropriate, as my colleague from Kentucky has indicated. Of course we need to do our job and appropriate for this body to carry out and to continue its core Article 1 responsibility. But part of what has got us to this moment is a vote earlier this year in the big, beautiful bill in July to destroy health care for millions of Americans. We need to find a path forward towards ensuring that millions of Americans do not lose insurance through the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, something that will raise insurance costs for everyone, that will increase ER wait times in my state and every other. This Saturday, 20 million Americans will see how much their premiums go up. And if the calls that come in to my colleagues are anything like the calls I'm getting, there will be then an accelerated motion towards resolving this issue and moving forward with appropriations. I'll close by just citing one conversation I had yesterday. I spoke with a small business owner from Delaware. Her name is Jan. She is a stage 4 cancer survivor. She is a small business owner. She told me yesterday, without the Affordable Care Act, she would have died 10 years ago because insurance would have dropped her. And if her rates double, she will need to close her business of 30 years. This is one of many stories of entrepreneurs, of families, of veterans, of service members, of constituents who have reached out to me. There is an urgency about reopening the government, yes, I agree, and an urgency about finding a path forward on health care. We should be negotiating both now. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week, the U.S. Senate voted to terminate national emergency declarations that enabled President Trump's tariffs on Brazil and Canada. Next week, November 5th, 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear a majority of trade cases challenging President Trump's authority to impose global tariffs under the Emergency Powers Act. The law is clear that the President does not have authority under the International Emergency Powers Act to impose sweeping tariffs on imports on more than 80 countries around the world. I am pleased that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsed the Trade Review Act, legislation proposed by myself and Senator Grassley. The Cantwell-Grassley legislation focuses on the fact that it is this body's job and responsibility to do trade acts. The Chamber of Commerce clearly states in their letter that they are representing millions of businesses around the United States of all sizes to try to press upon us the importance of why Congress needs to reinstate its role. The U.S. Chamber writes to the members of the United States Senate, quote, "The U.S. Chamber of Commerce urges Congress to pass legislation to reclaim its constitutional role in setting tariffs, including the Trade Review Act. Doing so would restore appropriate procedural deliberation in the enactment of taxes on trade, benefiting the millions of Americans whose livelihood depend on international commerce, and the certainty that supports investment in our economy. Members of Congress continue to hear from farmers, workers, business owners about the harm inflicted by broad-based tariffs and the associated economic uncertainty. American families are facing thousands of dollars in higher prices as a result of these increased taxes. Small businesses, manufacturers, and ranchers are struggling with higher costs, with additional economic pain likely coming in months. The Chamber, meaning the U.S. Chamber, has long supported legislative proposals to reassert congressional prerogatives on trade as means to secure durable outcomes. The Constitution grants exclusive authority to Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, and impose an excise, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. And exercising leadership on this front should be a priority in the context of today's challenging economic outlook. By establishing a more deliberate process for enacting tariffs, Congress can ensure that the appropriate stakeholders, consultation, and methodological assessments of costs precede any decision to raise taxes on traded goods. To date, several proposals have been introduced that address these concerns, including, but not limited to, the Bipartisan Trade Review Act, and as well as resolutions terminating the National Emergency Declaration on Tariffs, SJ 88 and SJ Res 77. The Chamber urges members of Congress to work across the aisle to enact this legislation, requiring an up or down vote for any new tariffs and those imposed in the year to date. And this is signed by Neil Bradley, Executive Vice President, Chief of Policy, Head of Strategic Advocacy for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Mr. President, I would like to enter this into the record.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, I hope that as we continue to talk about trade, that Congress will take the necessary steps to end the high tariffs on U.S. small businesses and American families. Now, Mr. President, I also want to rise to talk about the serious healthcare crisis and the affordability that is affecting our nation. In just 2 days, on Saturday, November 1st, millions of Americans are going to go online to sign up for their 2026 Affordable Care Act health insurance plan. As we know, keeping health care affordable is a key priority. And I see that the premiums that are being talked about are going to increase by hundreds or thousands of dollars every month for the same coverage that they just had this year. That is, next year is going to go up thousands of dollars. Some people are going to say, quote, "I can't go without health insurance. I have to find a way to cover this extra cost by cutting back in areas like food and prescription drugs or working longer shifts." But for about 5 million Americans, including 80,000 in my state, they will probably be forced to say, "I just can't afford health insurance anymore." They're going to hope they don't get sick. They're going to hope that they don't have an emergency. But we know that that's uncontrollable. Last week, my office released a case study detailing what this decision would look like for a married couple in Washington state making $120,000 per year. Across all 39 counties in my state, couples in this situation would have to decide what to do in the face of an average premium increase of a whopping $1,049 per month. That is, their costs are going to go up $12,000 per year. Here's just one example in King County, my state's largest county. This couple would go from paying $525 a month to nearly $1,386 a month. This problem isn't unique to Washington. There are other parts of the United States that are seeing the same thing. Hopefully all this data is being released to individuals, and hopefully our colleagues are paying attention to this because it is showing what premium increases look like. But a couple in the state of Alabama, a single woman in Alabama making $65,000 a year could see her premium increase 43% from the 2025 levels. It means she would pay an additional increase from going from $314 a month to $452 a month. Another example from a family of 4 in Texas, parents making $70,000 a year, but don't just get insurance through their jobs. Their insurance would cost $505 in 2025, but without the extended premium tax credit, likely to face a $1,551 increase per month. So these costs are adding up on American families. Together, these costs continue to hold individual households and their budgets in an undesirable position. We're already hearing stories about people being squeezed in medical procedures before the end of 2025. To make matters worse, families with massive increases in premiums and the rise in inflation that we've seen since January of this year, households are trying to decide whether they take care of health care or groceries or electricity. And the sad truth is that we could have worked this out. We could have done this in the bill that was passed earlier this year. Congress could be working right now even on working down the cost of insurance premium for 24,000 Americans. But instead, people are refusing to come to the table to discuss this issue. The Senate needs to be the place we used to be, that is, getting legislation done. We need to work together collectively to have votes and to discuss how to solve these problems across the aisle. We should be extending the ACA premiums now and making sure these prices don't rise, and continuing to work on long-term solutions to make health insurance more affordable for Americans. So I urge my colleagues to continue to work with us. The ACA tax credits expiring at the end of this year, and this enrollment that we're going to see on November 1st, that everybody is going to see how much these costs are going up. I'm asking my colleagues, let's roll up our sleeves. Let's work to lower these costs. I know the Affordable Care Act, there are states like New York, Oregon, Minnesota, who had the basic health plan. The basic health plan provision, modeled on something our state had first done, lowered the costs for a lot of working families across the United States. Programs like this should be considered in solutions that would help us lower costs for the future. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today in strong support of Joshua Dunlop to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit. Josh is an attorney of extraordinary intelligence, extensive experience, and demonstrated integrity. He is highly respected in the legal community throughout the state of Maine, and I urge my colleagues to support his nomination to the First Circuit. Josh grew up in Vassalboro, Maine, and now lives in Scarborough with his wife, Sydney, and their 3 children. He graduated first in his class from Notre Dame Law School, where he received the law school's highest honor awarded to the student with the most distinguished academic record. He then clerked for Judge Paul Kelly of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit. In 2009, Josh joined the very well-respected law firm Pierce Atwood in Portland, Maine. During his 16 years at the firm, he has specialized in complex civil litigation matters and currently serves as co-chair of the firm's appellate team. Josh is admitted to practice in multiple U.S. courts of appeal and the United States Supreme Court. He has also assisted special masters in 3 original jurisdiction proceedings before the Supreme Court. Finally, Josh also chairs the Maine Appellate Rules Committee, to which he was appointed by the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. Mr. President, this impressive experience, coupled with his intelligence and integrity, makes Josh exceptionally well qualified to serve on the First Circuit. His substantial appellate litigation experience will also bring a practitioner's perspective to the court. The nonpartisan American Bar Association unanimously rated Josh as well qualified to serve on the First Circuit. I would note that that is the highest possible rating for a judicial nominee. It reflects the ABA's assessment of his integrity, experience, and temperament. Mr. President, there were several compelling letters of support submitted to the Senate Judiciary Committee in favor of Josh's nomination, and I'd like to highlight a couple of them. A diverse group of faculty and alumni from his law school who taught Josh or studied alongside him praised him for his respect for differing views and deep appreciation for the rule of law. A letter signed by a group of leading Maine attorneys who described themselves as representing a broad spectrum of political views and legal philosophies wrote that Josh has all the qualities the very finest judges exhibit. He is hardworking, courteous, and judicial in temperament, very smart, and of sterling character with a commitment to fairness and the rule of law. Mr. President, at his confirmation hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee, Josh testified that Mainers are famously independent and that he suspects that characterizes him as well. That's exactly what we want in a judge. Maine is proud of our history of supplying superb, well-qualified, independent-minded jurists to the federal bench. I know that Josh will continue in that fine tradition. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of his nomination, for he truly deserves bipartisan support. Mr. President, seeing that there are no other speakers, I would ask unanimous consent that the already scheduled vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Joshua D. Dunlap of Maine to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Joshua D. Dunlap of Maine to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit shall be brought to a close? The ayes and nays are mandatory under the rules. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty.
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Budd, Collins, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Tuberville. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Fetterman, Markey, Reed, Shaheen, Welch, Wyden. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Ship, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Markley, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Murphy, no.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Joshua D. Dunlap of Maine to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit.
President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today marks nearly a full month since the Schumer shutdown started. That's really a time where the Democrats decided to just go on strike and filibuster a clean CR. And what has happened is our federal law enforcement is being forced to work without pay. Air traffic control towers are understaffed. Flights are delayed, and it has jeopardized nutritional programs for millions of low-income families. And this crisis is something that was entirely, completely unavoidable. Yet the Democrats have voted over and over to keep the government closed, and the reason that they are doing this is the Democrat leader, Chuck Schumer, is holding government hostage to ram through hundreds of billions of dollars in inflationary spending. In other words, we're not spending enough. $38 trillion in debt is not enough. They want to run it up some more. And he claims that this reckless action is needed to stop Republicans, in his words, and I'm going to quote him, from taking health care away, end quote, from Americans by allowing health care subsidies under the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, as it is known, and more appropriately known because there's nothing affordable about this thing, and he's saying that these subsidies would expire. The problem is that is a falsehood, and it shows you how our friends across the aisle are willing to put the American people and their lives and SNAP benefits and paychecks in jeopardy in order to achieve a goal. Now, one thing that needs to be understood is that the subsidies that are there for Obamacare, they're permanent. They're permanent. They're not going anywhere. And households that have incomes that fall between 100 and 400% of the federal poverty level are going to continue to get a credit without any interruption. That is in law. That subsidy is there. And this year, the upper limit for these Obamacare subsidies was an income limit of $128,600 for a family of four. For the lowest income individuals, insurance premiums can never exceed 2% of the total household income. Now, that is something that is federal law. Now, here is what is set to expire at the end of the year. It is President Biden's COVID-era bonus credits that were put in place. Now, this is something that the Democrats did in 2021. The Biden COVID credits eliminated the 400% income cap, allowing households that are making over, get this, $500,000 a year, $500,000 a year. They could benefit from this subsidy program. So let's say you were buying health insurance on the Obamacare exchange and you were making over $500,000 a year, you too could get a taxpayer-funded insurance subsidy for Obamacare. Now, bear in mind, the subsidy does not go to the individual. The subsidy goes directly to the insurance company. Now, my friends across the aisle choose to rant and rail against insurance companies. But you know what? They're enriching them every day. And, Mr. President, they want to enrich them even more because now that these emergency subsidies are set to expire more than 5 years after the start of the pandemic, the Democrats are fighting to make these enhanced Biden COVID credit bonuses, they want to make them permanent. This would cost U.S. taxpayers $450 billion hard-earned dollars every single year. Now, the reason behind this madness is really quite simple. Our friends across the aisle want to bring America one step closer to government-run health care. You know, Mr. President, when we were having all the debates about Obamacare, they kept saying, all right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid for all or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, the kind of care you can get, where you're going to get it, when you're going to get it. Think the VA. Think Medicaid, because that is what they want. Now, our debt, as I said, is at $38 trillion. And so what they are trying to do to fund this program that is rife with waste and fraud is unbelievable. Now, the reality is the lowest cost plan in 2026, the average marketplace premium after tax credits is projected to be $50 a month, $20 less than the average monthly premium in 2020. But we can't ignore the wasteful spending that exists within Obamacare. According to one estimate, there are 6.4 million people improperly reporting their income to benefit from fully funded plans under Obamacare, thanks to the Biden COVID credits. Remember, I said there are some people, because of the Biden COVID credits, that have $0 premiums. So the estimate is 6.4 million people improperly report their income in order to get that zero premium. And this abuse is costing the taxpayers $27 billion in 2025 alone. That is the cost of this. This is the cost of not verifying. This is the cost of a program that is run amok with waste and abuse. Another peculiar example of wasteful enrollment, close to 12 million enrollees in the program filed no claims last year. In other words, they didn't use the insurance, and that number is triple what the number was from 2021, because the Democrats expanded the option of zero premium plans. Well, among those 12 million, many people don't even know that they have been enrolled in a taxpayer-funded program. And others may have separate health insurance coverage that they have chosen to use, and taxpayers sent money directly to the insurers on their behalf. This is because an insurance agent, as long as he has name, address, and contact info, he can enroll you in this and get that commission. Think about that. You don't even know you're in the program. You've got an insurance agent that has name, address, phone number, contact information, and all of a sudden they have enrolled you. Well, extending these Biden-era enhanced credits, as the Democrats are demanding, would be doing nothing to address the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that is running rampant in this program. And it wouldn't do anything to address the structural flaws that are there in Obamacare that have really sent premiums soaring over the last several years. You know, it's so interesting to me that Obamacare promised that it was going to lower the cost of premiums. It was going to make health care affordable and in reach of everybody in the country. But it turns out it is too expensive. You can't afford it unless you get a subsidy. You can't afford it unless you are getting a $0 premium. That's because the insurance tries to be one size fits all and requires people to pay for things they're never going to use. So what we have seen is the price of the insurance and the utilization. The price has gone up, the utilization has gone down, because you've got an insurance card, you've got access to the queue, but you can't get a doctor, and you don't get in to see the doctor. And we know that the cost on these premiums really shot up after the Biden COVID credits went into law, and as the premiums go up, taxpayers are on the hook to subsidize the insurance companies. Remember, the payment goes to them, not to the individual. It goes directly to the insurance company. The agent can enroll you even if you don't know you're enrolled, because they've got your name, address, phone number, contact information. Republicans have already started to address the root causes of this escalation. We've secured measures in the big, beautiful bill that prevent illegal aliens from receiving subsidies under Obamacare. We prevent them from getting Medicaid services also. It also requires individuals who misstate their income to repay the excess subsidy that they got. That seems fair. If you lied about it on your form and it shows up when it's verified, you're not going to get off with a slap on the hand. You got to repay. You've got to pay. Because if you're cheating, it means somebody else is going to be paying that difference. So requiring applicants to verify their income, their family size, their immigration status, and their residence before enrolling ensures that you're not going to have people abusing the system and ripping off hard-working taxpayers. Now, Mr. President, that is common sense. Our Democrat colleagues should be working with us to implement more integrity measures to ensure that these taxpayer-funded benefits only go to the people who deserve them. Republicans want to tackle the rising premium costs because this is too expensive to afford. They want to drive down the cost of prescription drugs by holding pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, accountable. We want to streamline the process for prompt payment of claims. Put a shot clock on these insurance companies. Make certain they're paying your local doctor. And maintain the fiscal solvency of the Medicare program. We want to see health care freedom. People want to make certain that we've got choice and options, that you're not mandated into a program you don't want that covers things you don't need. How about health savings accounts? How about association health plans? How about a cross-state line purchase of health insurance? So when you get a health insurance product you like, you can keep it. When you get a doctor you like, you can keep him. When you get a payment price you like, you can keep that and make it. Well, we would love to be addressing these issues, but our Democrat colleagues have decided they want to keep going with a government shutdown and hold the government hostage so they can appease their left-wing base. It's time for them to end the theatrics and come to the table and get back to work. I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to use a prop during my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, legend has it that the halls of the Capitol are haunted by a demon cat. If you look closely, paw prints left behind by this stray spirit can be spotted outside the entrance of the old Supreme Court chamber. From poltergeists to apparitions of Abraham Lincoln and other dead presidents, Washington has a long history of ghost stories. The city itself was transformed into a ghost town when government workers disappeared from their desks as a result of President Biden's lax telework policies. For years, most agency headquarters were left with just a skeleton crew. Even after the bureaucrats were called back to work by President Trump, before being furloughed by the government shutdown, the buildings remained largely empty. Thousands of other government buildings are completely vacant. Thousands are uninhabited by a single soul in Washington, D.C. Deserted and left in a state of disrepair for years, many properties have been condemned to a fate worse than death. One was described as a roach-infested mold dungeon. Bugs were spotted crawling out of faucets and creeping across the floors of another. While some have been described as cold, gray eyesores, others are literally death traps. The drinking water in many sat stagnant for so long that it turned into a deadly potion of toxic metals and biohazards. Renovations and upgrades to make the horrifying offices habitable again would cost the taxpayers, and prepare yourself for a jump scare, $370 billion. Yes, folks, that's billion with a B. I just don't know what possesses Washington to hold onto decaying properties. Meanwhile, around the country, other old haunts are returning from beyond the grave. But there's no reason to fear this zombie apocalypse. It's that time of year when boarded up businesses come back to life as Spirit Halloween stores. It's almost spooky how fast these Halloween stores pop up, transforming the remains of abandoned buildings into a billion-dollar business. Spirit Halloween's successful body-snatching business model scares up a great idea for reviving the government's graveyard of lifeless real estate. Let's sell off these haunted houses to businesses who can breathe new life into them. That trick would be a real treat for the taxpayers because it would both reduce costs and bring in billions of dollars from monstrous sales. It's an idea only a zombie wouldn't like, since it's such a no-brainer. My Disposal Act would fast-track the sale of unused, unneeded, and underutilized government properties. Congress should embrace the Halloween spirit by passing this bill and let the unfurling of Spirit Halloween banners begin. Many of the properties that would be put on the market by my bill are in prime locations, so potential buyers should be prepared to act quickly before these once-in-a-lifetime sales vanish like a ghost. The real monster this bill is designed to slay, however, is one that has been lurking around Washington for way too long: our national debt, which now exceeds $38 trillion. That amount should scare us all into taking action. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. I would note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Good, good. Well, let's let these guys file out here. But, you know, what we just did was a little roundtable with leaders of the aviation industry. We've got leaders of labor represented. We've got leaders of the businesses that are, of course, making the airline industry run. And I just wanted to hear from people about the stresses of the aviation industry in light of the fact of the shutdown. And here's what I found out. It actually worries me a great deal because I think that as much as delays have gotten worse over the last couple of weeks, everybody here is very worried that we're going to see more delays, more stresses on the people who are actually making the aviation system run, and more problems for both the consumers but also the great workers who actually make this incredible shining jewel of the American economy actually work and work on time and work safely. Here are the things that I worry about. I worry about the people who are scanning our bags and making us get through the security line. I worry they're not getting paychecks. They're starting to get worried about how to feed their families and how to pay school tuition and everything else. I worry about the pilots who haven't gotten paid in a long time. I worry about the air traffic controllers who, of course, make this entire system extra safe. I worry about them, you know, more worried about their credit card bill than they should be because they're not getting a paycheck because Democrats refuse to open the government. Now, I understand that a lot of Americans are sick of partisanship in Washington, D.C. Trust me, I've been here for 9 months in this job. I am sick of partisanship in Washington, D.C. But this is very, very simple. Every partisan dispute, every policy disagreement, all of these things we can talk about, we can reason through, we can disagree, we can shake hands and compromise on some of those issues, hopefully. But this is something that every single American, Democrat or Republican or Independent, should be able to agree on. Open the government. Stop this craziness and open the government. It's causing way too many problems, and some of the folks behind me are the people who are dealing with the problems. Now let's just recap exactly what's happened politically in this town related to the government shutdown. We have had now multiple votes to reopen the United States government. The House of Representatives has voted affirmatively to reopen the United States government. 52 Republicans and 3 Democrats consistently vote to reopen the United States government, but we need 60 votes. So all we need to end the craziness, to pay the air traffic controllers, to pay the TSA agents, to pay the pilots, to make sure that food stamp benefits continue to go out to the American people who need them, all we need is 5 reasonable Democrats to join 3 moderate Democrats and 52 Republicans to reopen the government. I want to let Sean Duffy say something, but before I do, I just want to say to any Democrat in the United States Senate, we are happy to talk about any policy issue. We're happy to talk about health care policy. We're happy to talk about tax policy. We're happy to talk about regulatory policy, but not at the point of a gun. You do not get to take the American people's government hostage and then demand that we give you everything you want in order to pay our air traffic controllers. It's a ridiculous set of demands. Let's reopen the government, and then let's sit down and talk about how to compromise on policy for the American people. Sean?
Appreciate it, Mr. Vice President. So, first, I want to thank you for calling this the aviation industry. We have a great coalition, a bipartisan coalition, and so thank you for that. I just want to tell you, we look at the aviation system, and we've seen blips and blurbs, whether it's LAX or it's Atlanta or it's Dallas. You're seeing impacts of this shutdown on our airspace, and that means travelers are delayed, travelers are canceled. It has real problems. So our air traffic controllers, their first paycheck they missed, well, they got 90%, 80% of the paycheck. That was in early October. They just missed their full paycheck. And you got to think, well, then the second paycheck comes. That's not when we have real disruption. Because every single day, as all of you people know, as we all pay our bills, but it's not just the mortgage and the car payment, which is very real, but they're buying food. They travel 30, 45 minutes into the towers or the centers, so you have to buy gas. They have kids that want to play football or volleyball or tennis, and they can't afford the very life expenses that they need those paychecks for. And so though we've maintained the safety, I'm grateful for our controllers who are coming in every day. But I do think as this shutdown continues, you're going to see more pressure on controllers, more pressure on TSA workers, and that's going to have real impact. One group that we don't talk about a lot is we have technicians that work in our centers. I've talked to you all about how old our equipment is. We have technicians that come in every single day to make sure this equipment actually works. They too aren't getting paid. And this is burning, and it's having a real impact on our men and women who serve our airspace. And so I would join the Vice President and say, don't hold us hostage. Don't hold American families' travel hostage. Don't hold air traffic controllers hostage. Open up the government, have a conversation, let's get it resolved. But again, every day it gets harder. Every day there's going to be more challenges. And the last point I'll make before I turn it over to Sean O'Brien's really great hair day today is the fact that a lot of our people can go through the mist of one paycheck, and it's hard for them, but a lot of them can get through it. None of them can get through 2 paychecks. And so, again, if Democrats don't get their act together very quickly, you're going to see huge problems. And again, I would come to them with a clean heart and say, open up the government, and then let's have a conversation. I'll give it to the Teamster, Sean O'Brien.
Thank you very much, Secretary Duffy. Thank you, Vice President Vance. Look, the bottom line, and we took a position, I represent 1.3 million working men and women in this country for the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. We took a position 3 weeks ago. Pass a clean CR, get to the table, negotiate a deal. Do not put working people in the middle of a problem they should not be in there. And we got to think about the families that are going to be affected. Think about when you have to tell your son or daughter they can't play sports because you're not getting paid. Think about when you can't pay your mortgage. Think about when you can't pay your tuition. Put the politics aside, get to the table, negotiate a deal, pass a clean CR right now, and then figure out the problems moving forward. And I want to thank the air traffic controllers. I want to thank the Aviation Administration for all their hard work and sacrifice they make. And look, security and safety of the airlines is paramount. Let's not compromise the safety and security. Pass a clean CR. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Anybody else? Come on. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Secretary Duffy. Thank you all for being here with us today. And I want to start by really thanking the professionals, the air traffic controllers, folks at the TSA, also the FAA, the people in management. They're working hard. They are keeping the skies safe. They've minimized delays. Fewer than 2% of flights have been delayed so far because of air traffic control shortage. So they've done a great job. But it's putting stress on people. It's not fair to those people. It's also putting stress on the economy. You know, the first couple of weeks this had no impact on the economy. But as every day goes by, the impacts start to grow. And airlines are a pretty good real-time indicator of the economy. And we start to see, still minor, but steep booking impact. And you see that happening in the economy. We put the whole economy at risk. And so it's been 30 days. And while I don't have a position on which partisan side and how things should be settled with healthcare, it has been 30 days. I also think it is time to pass a clean CR. Use that as the opportunity to get into a room behind closed doors and negotiate hard on the real and substantive issues that the American people want our politicians on both sides of the aisle to solve. But let's get a clean CR and get that negotiation done behind closed doors without the pressure, without putting the American workers and the American economy at risk.
You're great.
Mr. Vice
Okay, guys, we'll
President.
take a few questions. Yeah.
Sure, Mr. Vice President. Thanks, Mr. Vice President. Mary Margaret with Daily Wire. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of this really tragic plane crash in D.C. Should Americans be afraid to fly while the shutdown continues?
No, I don't think Americans should be afraid to fly because we've got great airline professionals who are keeping the safest aviation industry in the world afloat, but they're doing it with incredible stress. What I worry more about is that if you have, let's say, a pilot who's now missed 2 paychecks, who's now telling his kids that they can't do things that they'd like to do, who's now worried about feeding his family, maybe that guy doesn't show up to work, maybe he goes and gets a different job. That means greater delays for the American people. I worry about the air traffic controller who now has missed 2 paychecks, who's got to pay his credit card bill or his mortgage, but can't pay both, and decides, you know what, this industry is not for me. The Secretary of Transportation made a great point in private. I'm going to steal it right now because we got to get people into the air traffic control industry. We had a shortage of 2,000 people. How many of those people look to the future, see the congressional Democrats can't get their act together and say, you know what, we're not going to join air traffic controlling at all, which is going to further extend the delays. I think that we have a safe system because these guys are doing heroic things in the midst of this terrible shutdown. But why do we ask them to do so much without getting paid? Why don't we pay them so that they can be happy, they can do the best job they can do, and they're not worried about feeding their families while they're doing a very important job for all of us?
Mr. Vice President.
Yeah.
Could you let us know your understanding of the President's comments that he wants to resume nuclear testing after more than 30 years? Does he mean the warheads themselves, the distribution, the missiles, and so forth? What's your understanding of these?
Well, look, I'll answer that very briefly, but I really do want to focus on the shutdown that is affecting the American people. I think the President's truth speaks for itself. We have a big arsenal, obviously. The Russians have a large nuclear arsenal. The Chinese have a large nuclear arsenal. Sometimes you've got to test it to make sure that it's functioning and working properly. We've been working very closely, even with nations that we don't have the best relations with, to try to limit nuclear proliferation. The president's going to keep on working on that, but it's an important part of American national security to make sure that this nuclear arsenal we have actually functions properly, and that's part of the testing regime. To be clear, we know that it does work properly, but you got to keep on top of it over time, and the president just wants to make sure that we do that.
Mr. Vice President, Kelly Meyer with News Nation, and my dad is a pilot, so thank you for what you're doing to keep this guy safe. I wanted to ask you, I know you said that you're going to talk with folks on Capitol Hill after they open the government back up. If this keeps going on, would you consider getting everyone together like you did before the shutdown here at the White House to talk? And just quickly on nuclear, does the new testing make the world less safe?
So I'm not going to answer. I've answered all the questions about nuclear testing that I'm going to answer. I want to talk about the government shutdown here, and I'd like to focus the questions there. But to your point, look, I've never said we're not going to talk to congressional Democrats until they reopen the government. What I've said is we are not going to give in on policy demands under the threat of hostage taking. I mean, if any moderate Democrat or any Democrat period from the United States Senate wants to come over, they're welcome to walk into these doors in an hour. I'm happy to talk to them about how to end the government shutdown, but it's actually very simple because there's a clean CR, as you heard from everybody, that would reopen the government. What we're also saying is that we're not going to allow anybody, Democrat or Republican, to effectively threaten any policy demand and to place that upon reopening the government. You don't reward hostage taking. If Democrats want to talk about health care policy, let's talk about health care policy. If they want to talk about tax policy, let's talk about tax policy. They don't get to come in here and say, you give us everything we want, or we're going to shut down the government and not pay our pilots and not pay our air traffic controllers. It's ridiculous, disgraceful, irresponsible behavior. There have got to be 5 more moderates in this entire city who are willing to work with us to reopen the government.
Mr. Vice President, on the issue of the shutdown, there is the concern about 42 million people losing their SNAP benefits.
Of course.
Over this weekend. The administration's moved a lot of money around to pay troops, to pay federal law enforcement, and is telling Congress it can't move money around to pay some of those benefits. Why not? And would there be some push perhaps in the next 48 hours to try to do that so Americans don't go hungry?
Well, here's the problem. If you go back to previous government shutdowns, what has happened is that sometimes the president has tried to make the shutdown as painful as possible on the American people. I give the president of the United States great credit and the entire team for trying to make this as painless as possible. The Democrats are acting irresponsibly. He doesn't want the American people to suffer because of it. But look, right now, this government, this administration, we're like guys running around, with a leak in a damn wall, trying to plug it with bubble gum. And we plug one spot with bubble gum, and we plug another spot with bubble gum, and we plug another spot with bubble gum. Why don't the Democrats just stop this entire charade and reopen the government so that we don't have to try to make this thing work on a shoestring budget, which is what we're trying to do. The unfortunate reality, and we're starting to see this with our aviation industry, we're going to find out the hard way with SNAP benefits. The American people are already suffering, and the suffering is going to get a lot worse. Not because the President of the United States has failed to make the shutdown painless. He's tried to do everything that he can to make it as unpainless as possible. The reason that pain is coming and the reason it's building is because we're not passing the clean bill to reopen the government. It's a very easy thing to do.
So you're not...
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm Monica Page with Frontlines Turning Point USA. On the government shutdown, of course, we're approaching Thanksgiving, we're approaching the holidays. What could travel look like, if the Democrats don't open the government in time?
So I'm going to let our great Secretary of Transportation answer this question. Look, it could be a disaster. It really could be. Because at that point, you're talking about people have missed 3 paychecks. They've missed 4 paychecks. How many of them are not going to show up for work? You take the TSA lines that are already too long, even right now, and say half of those people don't show up for work. Not because they're not hard workers or good people, but because they've got to find a different job to feed their families. What happens when the security lines are not an hour long, but they're 4 hours long? What happens when pilots start not showing up for work because they're so focused on paying the bills they can't fly the plane safely? That's going to lead to massive delays. We want people to be able to get home for Thanksgiving. We want people to be able to travel for business, to make this entire engine of commerce work. We want the aviation industry to work. It's not going to work unless the Democrats reopen the government. These guys are doing heroic things to make it work as well as it possibly can, but every single person that I talk to a word, they are worried that the delays are going to reach a point where it makes it very, very hard for the American people to fly.
So to answer your question, our traffic will be snarled, but it'll be a disaster in aviation. And just I'm going to steal, you stole my point, I'll steal one from Scott Kirby from United. October is a slower air travel month, and we have great weather in October. And so you've seen minimal disruption because of good weather and slower travel. But as we go into November, travel picks up as people start to look at going to see their families, kids come home from college. And if you don't have air traffic controllers who are being paid, they may want to stay in the job, but they cannot. They're going to have to go take a second job, and you're going to have mass issues throughout the airspace. People will not be able to go from one place to the other because of the government shutdown. And I hope Democrats don't take it to that point.
Mr. Vice President, Alex Boucher from ABC News. I'm curious, as we move into this holiday travel season, is the administration working on a plan to keep airports running smoothly? The other thing that I wanted to ask you is we got 20 million Americans who are set to see their health care premiums skyrocket with those ACA tax credits expiring. Curious your response there. Is the administration working on a plan to expand them?
Why don't you take the question about what we're trying to do to try to limit the effects of the shutdown on aviation? I think Sean is a great person to address that, and then I'll address the health insurance premium question.
Yeah, so we're working closely with NATCA, our air traffic controllers union, our technicians who work to keep the equipment safe and operational. I know Christy's working with TSA, so we are doing all we can to partner with and talk to our government employees who make this system run smoothly. But we can only ask so much. And I, as a guy who had a lot of kids and didn't make a lot of money early in my life, I know the pressure that these families are under. And by the way, think when these families go home, the fights that are had over the fact that you don't have money for basketball this season, the family strife that happens because they don't have money coming in the door is very, very real. So we are doing all we can to work with our partners to keep things running smoothly. But in the end, we can only go so far. And if I could just, before I turn it over, I love that you guys are asking these questions about what we can do to make this less painful. There's an easy, painless solution. Pass a clean CR. And by the way, I think you all, I was part of some shutdowns myself in Congress, and the tone of the press corps is very, very different in this one. You were rabid against Republicans who voted not to open the government up, and it seems like everyone is so docile. And so, what is the president going to do to alleviate the pain? I'm out of them all. Anyone can go see the World War II Museum. They can all go see the Vietnam Memorial. Again, we didn't close those down. This administration is doing everything they can to alleviate the pain on the American people. Go back to Barack Obama. He did everything he could to shut down parks and memorials across the city. And so, again, it's an easy answer. Go ask the Democrats that question. Say, what are you going to do to make sure that people get SNAP benefits this Saturday? Or they have health care assistance for their Obamacare? What are you going to do? Because we're doing everything we can on our end, but there's not much more we can do because the rules of the road by which we have to play. And so, again, I'm grateful for this team because they care about the American people. I just wonder, do the Democrats care the way we do? And if they do, open it up, sit down, and negotiate.
That's a great point. I want to answer the question about health insurance premiums because, look, we don't want the American people's health insurance premiums to go up. We're very worried about this. The president's been talking about this since before we even took office, that we're inheriting a healthcare system that has suffered some real problems under the Biden administration. Because of that, you're seeing health insurance premiums skyrocket. Now, here is our very simple proposal to the Democrats. Let's sit down and come to a compromise and work it out. And you know what the Democrats' response to that is? Give us everything we want, or we're going to shut down the government and keep it shut down. That is not reasonable behavior. That's not how you do compromise in this town. That is the way that the Democrats have operated. They are trying to take a hostage, and we can't reward that behavior. If we do that, if we say, yes, of course, we'll give you everything that you want if you reopen the government, you know what's going to happen? In 3 months, they're going to come back to the administration, and they're again going to say, we're going to shut down the aviation industry. We're going to deny people SNAP benefits unless you give us exactly what you want. That's how a child behaves. That is not how a responsible governing party behaves in the United States of America. And let me make one final point, and then we'll cut out of this press conference. Look, I've been a little bit unfair, and I want to correct this, because when I say that Democrats have shut down the government, it's actually the far left side of the Democratic Party, because to their great credit, 3 moderate Democrats joined 52 Senate Republicans to vote to reopen the government. We need 5 more reasonable Democrats to put the American people first and reopen the government. That's all that we're asking. Let's talk about health care policy. Let's make sure that we ensure that Americans' health insurance premiums don't go up. We want that, and we're willing to work with people for it, but they've got to reopen the government first. Sean came from a background not that dissimilar from mine. Sean O'Brien came from a background not that dissimilar from mine. There are moms and dads who are fighting right now because they're worried about not being able to pay the credit card bill and the mortgage bill. There are parents who have to look their kids in the eye and say, you know what, we're not going to do football this year. We're not going to do basketball this year because I can't pay for it because the federal government is shut down and I'm not getting a paycheck. Do we want those people who keep the aviation system running to not be able to feed their families, to not be able to pay for some of the things that make life worth living? The answer to that question is absolutely. We want them to be able to afford a good life. The only way for that to happen is to reopen the government. It'll be good for those who fly. It'll be good for those who work in the aviation industry. It'll be good for the whole country. Just do the common sense thing, Democrats. Reopen the government. We need 5 Senate Democrats to join us. I hope that they will. Thank you, guys.
President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the post-cloture time with respect to the Dunlop nomination be expired and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination notwithstanding Rule 22 at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with Democratic Leader no earlier than Tuesday, November the 4th. Further, if cloture is invoked on the tongue nomination, that all post-cloture time be expired and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination notwithstanding Rule 22 at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic Leader no earlier than Wednesday, November the 5th. Finally, confirm the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider executive calendar number 371.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Eric Chun-Yi Tung of California to be United States Circuit Judge for the Ninth Circuit.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Eric Chun-Yi Tung of California to be United States Circuit Judge for the Ninth Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as
President,
follows.
I ask consent that reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session and consider the following nominations in block. Calendar number 451, 490, 492 through 495, 496, with the exception of Lieutenant General Christopher O. Mohan, calendar number 497 through calendar number 502, and calendar number 504 through calendar number 508. All nominations on the Secretary's desk with the exception of PN 89. And the nominations be confirmed in block. The motions to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table. If no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order or any of the nominations, that the President be notified of the Senate's action immediately, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Armed Services Committee be discharged for further consideration of S3002 and the bill referred to the Appropriations Committee.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk, SRES 478 and SRES 479.
Is there an objection to proceeding on block?
Without objection, the Senate will proceed on block.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed on block.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, November the 3rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the general proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, that the cloture motion with respect to the tongue nomination ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Is there an objection?
Senator from Nevada.
Senator from Nevada.
Reserving the right to object. This is truly outrageous. After doing absolutely nothing all year to prevent a massive spike in health care costs, Senate Republicans now want to go home for yet another weekend and do nothing, just like the House Republicans have been doing for the past month, while families find out how much their health care costs are going up for the next year. Senate Republicans are just acting as if it's business as usual. Well, I'm here to tell you why it's not business as usual. This Saturday, the day after tomorrow, is November 1st, the beginning of open enrollment for families who buy their health care through the Affordable Care Act marketplace. Many hardworking families rely on the ACA's enhanced premium tax credits just to be able to afford their health care policy. But unfortunately, they will expire this year and must be extended to keep health care costs from rising for everyone. It's not a handout, not welfare. It's tax cuts that help lower the cost of health care for families in all of our states. And without these, health care costs are going to go up for everyone, and many will be priced out of care. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to see reason, to understand that this is not a partisan issue. Americans, well, all of us, are one medical diagnosis away from catastrophe. Strokes, cancer, heart attacks, don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. It's why we need to make sure all of our constituents are able to afford a health care policy. It's not unreasonable. But if an appeal to humanity doesn't work, maybe an appeal to your political instincts will. 6 of the 10 states that have the most amount of people receiving the enhanced premium tax credits are states with 2 Republican senators, including Florida, which is at the top of the list, Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Ohio. So this isn't just good policy. It's critical for your own constituents. Isn't that why we were all elected? Not to go have gold-plated dinners at the White House to celebrate not taking action on Americans' health care, protecting Americans' health care. We were elected to help families, to stand up for them and make sure that they could thrive and reach the American dream. It's about damn time we remembered all of that. So no, we should not act like this is business as usual. We should work to find a path forward that protects health care access. And if that means we need to be here all weekend, so be it. And if you disagree, I want you to be on the record saying you want to go home for the weekend right as families are confronted with higher health care costs. And so everybody here knows me. I'm usually pretty mild-mannered. I'm willing to work with anyone. And I remain willing to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to prevent health care costs from going up in the future. But I'm fed up. The dysfunction in this place is going to have real consequences when people lose their health care coverage. And I'm done. I'm just done. We need to figure this out, work in a bipartisan way, not next week, but right now. So therefore, while I do not object to the senator's motion on housekeeping matters for the Senate, I will not provide my consent to adjourning the Senate today without a vote so that members of this chamber can make clear whether or not they are willing to give up one weekend to roll up their sleeves and work together to prevent a massive spike in health care costs. Thank you.
Further business to come before the Senate, I move to it.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I move to adjourn under the previous order.
Questions on the motion to adjourn? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to. Until 3 p.m. on Monday.